Early the next morning, Johan was busy preparing breakfast for his Pokémon, paying special attention to Tinkadink, who had just hatched. Despite being newly born, Tinkadink had already shown strength far beyond what one would expect for its size and age. Still, Johan opted to make a special baby meal consisting of nutritious poke blocks, moo milk, and a few simple ingredients. He prepared a healthy portion, almost as much as he would for Vulpix. But then he noticed. Chew, chew. Tinkadink was swinging its hammer in one hand and patting its round, full belly with the other, signaling that it couldn't eat another bite. Johan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Perfect. Although Tinkadink hadn't undergone much training yet, meaning its true appetite hadn't fully revealed itself, Johan suspected that even once it started training, it would likely eat less than Vulpix, at least until it evolved. That was a relief. For a moment, he'd feared that Tinkadink might have an appetite rivaling Haunter's. If that had been the case, their combined hunger would have been on par with a Snorlax. Thankfully, his worst fears had been avoided. Caw. Meanwhile, Haunter, having already finished its meal, eyed Tinkadink's leftovers with a wicked grin. Chew, chew. Tinkadink cheerfully waved it off. No problem. Haunter beamed with joy. Just then, a loud bird cry echoed from the window. On the windowsill sat a lively Pidgeotto, a package strapped to its back. Pidgeotto Express sure is fast. They've already delivered it, Johan noted, pleased. Package contained items he had ordered online the night before. Pokémon World's delivery industry was fiercely competitive, after all. However, before Johan could retrieve the package, Tinkadink, now full and alert, locked eyes on the Pidgeotto. Its gaze sparkled with excitement. Chew! Ooh, a big bird! Without hesitation, it grabbed Haunter's fork from the table, rolled it into a tight ball, and swung its hammer like a baseball bat, launching the makeshift projectile straight at Pidgeotto. Whoosh! Pidgeotto squawked in alarm, flapping its wings furiously to dodge the incoming attack. Caw! Are you trying to get out of paying the delivery fee? Pidgeotto's sharp gaze swept across the room, pausing on Haunter's mischievous grin and Vulpix's calmly swaying tails. A chill ran down its spine. Oh, these are serious troublemakers. Better get out of here. Flapping its wings, it prepared to take off. Haunter, Vulpix! Johan called out, rushing to intercept Tinkadink just as it was winding up for another strike. It's not a Corviknight, Tinkadink. There's no loot for you to take. Chew. Tinkadink tilted its head, puzzled. No loot? In the Paldea region, Tinkatinks often had their hammers stolen by metal-eating Pokémon like Corviknights. As a result, whenever they saw a Corviknight, they felt a nearly instinctual urge to knock it out and salvage its armor for their hammers. Meanwhile, Haunter zipped through the wall, cutting off Pidgeotto's escape route. Caw. Haunter grinned menacingly, dark energy forming a ball between its hands. Vulpix hopped onto the windowsill, eyes glinting, using its psychic powers to suspend Pidgeotto in midair. Caw! They're going to roast me. Pidgeotto's eyes welled with tears. Ooh, Vulpix smiled sweetly. No need to worry. Then it gently placed Pidgeotto back on the windowsill, returning it exactly to its original position. Caw! Haunter looked at the shadow ball in its hands and, under Pidgeotto's horrified gaze, swallowed it whole. Its body momentarily swelled before returning to normal. Caw. What exactly are you guys doing? Johan sighed, now holding Tinkadink in his arms as he approached the scene. 2 minutes later. Sorry about that, it was just a misunderstanding. Johan gave Pidgeotto a sheepish smile and tossed it a few poke blocks as compensation. Pidgeotto ruffled its feathers, then took off, glancing back 3 times as it flew. The farther away from that house, the better. It would rather be born a caterpie than ever return here. Meanwhile, Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink all stood in a line, heads bowed as if they'd been caught red-handed. None of them dared to meet Johan's gaze. Johan sighed again. Tinkadink's instinct to attack birds would need some serious training to curb. Turning back to his package, he opened it and found a cold, ominous charm inscribed with eerie, ghostly symbols. The spell tag! Ka-ka! Haunter's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of it. The intense, ghostly energy emanating from the tag made it clear that this would be a powerful aid. Here you go, Johan said, handing it over while silently mourning the hit to his wallet. In the Pokémon world, even items of the same type varied in potency. A Dragon Fang from a Dragonite, for example, was far more effective than one from a Dratini. This spell tag had cost him a hefty 1.4 million Poke Dollars, a price he had carefully calculated to ensure Haunter received the best possible enhancement. Caw. Haunter chuckled, grabbing the spell tag and immediately swallowing it. Its form grew slightly more solid. Here are your TM discs, Light Screen and Reflect. Johan pulled out 2 TM discs and handed them to Vulpix and Tinkadink. These had also cost a small fortune, significantly shrinking his savings overnight. But he couldn't justify buying only Haunter something valuable. He had to be fair to all of them. Plus, since both Vulpix and Tinkadink could use Light Screen and Reflect, it was a worthwhile investment. Vulpix, be sure to watch along with Tinkadink, Johan instructed. Ooh! Vulpix happily accepted the TM discs. Meanwhile, Tinkadink's eyes were locked onto the special metal boxes that had housed the spell tag and TM discs. The spell tag's container, in particular, was made of a special alloy designed to contain ghostly energy. Chew! Excited, Tinkadink grabbed both boxes and immediately started hammering away. Caw. Hoo. Haunter and Vulpix exchanged glances. Didn't it already have a hammer? They watched in amazement as Tinkadink skillfully reforged its hammer, incorporating the high-quality metals from the containers into a sturdier weapon. Johan, observing the process, suddenly felt a sense of dread. He'd been relieved that Tinkadink didn't have an enormous appetite, but he'd completely forgotten. As a steel type, Tinkadink's hammer was integral to its strength. This meant raising it would require a constant supply of rare metals, far more expensive than just food. Leaning against the wall, Johan sighed in resignation. He had been hasty. It was far too soon to feel relieved. Caw. In the free training grounds behind the Pokémon Center, Haunter moved like a flickering shadow, phasing in and out of sight, sometimes materializing on the branches of a nearby tree before vanishing again. It was practically overflowing with energy. And for good reason. After receiving the spell tag, its ghostly energy surged like never before, fueling it with an almost endless reservoir of strength. Eager to show off, Haunter zipped toward Vulpix and Tinkadink, who were focused on the TM machine. Grinning mischievously, it let out a loud cackle. Caw. Your Emperor of Fear has returned. Ooh! Vulpix barely glanced up, her eyes glowing softly as she conjured a transparent wall in front of Haunter. Thud! Haunter's face smushed flat against the barrier. Caw blinked, dazed, its hands pressing against the unseen force. Vulpix flicked her tails, dispelling Reflect with a satisfied hum. Though she had successfully learned Reflect, her mastery was still in its infancy. Even so, picking it up in a single morning was a testament to her talent. Meanwhile, Tinkadink watched the exchange in utter bewilderment, hammer clutched tightly in its hands. It still hadn't fully grasped the mechanics of the move. Johan chuckled as he approached, giving Vulpix a pat on the head before lifting Tinkadink into his arms. You're both doing great. For Vulpix, mastering Reflect was just the first step. Ultimately, Johan planned for her to learn Aurora Veil, a technique that would serve as her primary defensive tool. As for Tinkadink, it was still young. There was no rush. If anything, Johan was a little relieved it hadn't learned Reflect instantly. It meant he wouldn't have to spend even more money on TMs right away. Most trainers worried their Pokémon weren't learning moves fast enough. Johan, on the other hand, worried his Pokémon were learning too fast, because every new move meant another hit to his wallet. He sighed, resigning himself to his fate. As he turned to leave with Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink in tow, he failed to notice a small golden exclamation mark flickering above Tinkadink's head. Swinging its hammer with a newfound sense of accomplishment, the little Pokémon created a small, translucent wall behind Johan, slightly smaller than Vulpix's reflect. Tinkadink's eyes gleamed with understanding, though it frowned slightly. Why was mine smaller? At the entrance of Rustboro Gym, Johan found himself face-to-face with the people he had arranged to meet, Cynthia and a heavily disguised Roxanne. "What made you decide to take on the gym?" Cynthia asked, curiosity in her voice. "Are you planning on entering the Evergrande Conference?" The Evergrande Conference was one of Hoenn's most prestigious tournaments, open only to trainers who had collected all 8 regional badges. It was a major event in the region's competitive scene. Not that Cynthia was particularly impressed. Neither Hoenn's Evergrande Conference nor Sinoa's Lily of the Valley Conference held much interest for her. Johan chuckled, about to explain, when Cynthia muttered under her breath, "Though I suppose $1 million Poké prize isn't that impressive." Roxanne, hearing this, perked up. "I heard this year's prize pool has increased. They're also offering a rare TM and some valuable items." Johan's ears twitched. "Huh?" Clearing his throat, he composed himself. No, I'm just here to test out Haunter and see how strong it's gotten." Gyms were the perfect places to gauge a Pokémon's progress. Gym leaders assessed challengers' strengths and weaknesses, often adjusting their strategies accordingly. While winning was the traditional way to earn a badge, some trainers could receive one simply by impressing the gym leader. Sometimes, gyms even awarded TMs based on their specialty. For example, Rustboro Gym was known to hand out Rock Tomb or Dig. Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. "If you're just looking to test your Pokémon, Roxanne and I could spar with you instead." She glanced at Roxanne, who gave a small shrug, not opposed to the idea. Johan's eye twitched slightly. "Well, if I need help, I'll let you know," he said tactfully. He wanted to evaluate Haunter's strength, not turn it into a punching bag for Cynthia. Besides, Cynthia's Garchomp was his go-to deterrent for keeping Haunter in line. He preferred not to overuse it. In large cities like Rustboro, Pokémon gyms also served as entertainment venues. Residents often bought tickets to watch battles, making them a popular attraction. Rustboro Gym, being one of the region's major gyms, was especially well known, and its stands were packed nearly every day. It was also a significant source of revenue. Currently, in the back room of Rustboro Gym, Roxanne sat cross-legged, reviewing the day's challenger list. Each dossier contained a trainer's details, Pokémon lineup, battle tactics, past achievements, and badge count. With this information, gym leaders could tailor their battles accordingly. As an experienced substitute for her father, Roxanne had stepped in as acting gym leader multiple times. Given the recent Academy Festival and her vacation period, she had been handling the gym's operations for a while now, and had done an admirable job. She was skilled, knowledgeable, and competent. But as she skimmed through the list, her eyes suddenly widened. Roxanne leaned closer, rubbing her eyes before sitting up straight. "Mr. Johan? Why was he challenging the gym?" Her expression turned serious. She had witnessed Johan's tactical brilliance firsthand. Far exceeded her own. And Haunter? That monster had decimated 10 opponents in a row during the Academy's tower climb competition, without breaking a sweat. Do I even have the qualifications to assess Mr. Johan's skills? She wondered. Just then, a gym staff member entered. "Acting leader Roxanne, the next challenger is ready." Roxanne hesitated, then made a decision. "Prepare a bit more," she instructed. "Get my father's special Pokémon ready as well." The staff member blinked, surprised. Did they have a particularly strong challenger today? But he didn't question her order. "Understood." Inside the gym, Cynthia watched as Haunter zipped around Johan in excitement. "Haunter's in high spirits," she observed. When wasn't Haunter in high spirits? "Caca!" Haunter cackled, flashing a devilish grin. Today it had 3 goals for the gym battle. Wipe them out. Wipe them out. And wipe them out again.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Johan had been pondering something. In the games, each Pokémon could only hold one item at a time, but was that really the case in the real-world Pokémon universe? He hadn't looked into it much yet. If there weren't any restrictions, he had a bold idea. For most Pokémon, holding an item was literal and visible. So having a Shedinja wrapped in something like a dozen focus sashes wasn't feasible. But with Haunter and its dimensional storage abilities, imagine if it could carry around, say, 8 shell bells and 12 leftovers for constant healing. The very least, it could cram itself with a belly full of citrus berries. As he saw a gym staff member reminding the current challenger about item regulations, however, he got the picture. In official Pokémon battles, the rules were indeed quite strict. This setup was obviously prohibited. Otherwise, the gap between wealthy and less affluent trainers would be absurdly wide. Of course, in unofficial matches like wild battles, who knew what was possible? Imagine an alpaca adorned with 12 plates. What would Giratina even think of rebelling? Next up, Challenger Sinai from Verdanturf Town. The gym leader walked onto the stage simultaneously. Huh? Roxanne? Johan's eyes widened slightly as he saw her step onto the field. In the Pokémon world, gym leadership was often inherited, passed from parent to child or from teacher to disciple. There were exceptions, though, like when Wallace, the Cetopolis gym leader, became the champion of Hoenn and handed the gym over to his own mentor, Juan. So was Roxanne standing in as acting gym leader for the holiday break? Sure enough, the referee's introduction referred to her as acting gym leader, confirming his hunch. Johan felt a pang of hesitation. A teacher challenging their student? If he lost, it would be embarrassing. And if he won, people might think it was a given. Worse, they might assume the student went easy on him. But on second thought, Johan shrugged it off. He was a Pokémon psychology teacher, not a battle instructor. Plus, he was here to give Haunter and the others some battle experience. Winning or losing didn't matter all that much. Graveler heavy slam. Boom. The ground quaked as Roxanne's Graveler stomped hard, instantly knocking out its opponent's Pokémon. Roxanne's really strong. They say she's actually ready to take over as gym leader, but she has to finish school first. Didn't she only recently start training that Graveler? And it's already that powerful. The crowd was clearly filled with Roxanne's supporters. Johan recognized that Graveler, too. Wasn't that the same Stone King from before? After being put through counseling by Haunter, it seemed to have mellowed out. Its expression was still aloof, but it was now obedient to Roxanne's commands and quite well coordinated with her. I think I finally understand why Faulkner lost interest in gym battles, Johan muttered, watching Roxanne's Graveler effortlessly sweep through 3 challengers in a row. And afterward, Roxanne had to kindly explain their shortcomings and offer words of encouragement. You know Faulkner? Cynthia asked, surprised. I met him once, Johan replied, nodding. Actually, now that I think of it, I may need your help when you're back in Sinnoh. With Cynthia's support, Faulkner's situation might finally be addressed. All right. Now calling our next challenger, Pokémon psychology teacher from Rustboro Academy, Johan. At the referee's signal, Johan stepped into the challenger's area of the field. Spectators in the stands were already whispering. A teacher from Rustboro Academy? Isn't he Roxanne's teacher? But he looks so young, doesn't seem much older than Roxanne. Didn't you hear? He's a Pokémon psychology teacher, not a battle instructor. He probably isn't that great at battling. Wait, Johan? That name rings a bell. Mr. Johan, Roxanne said, bowing slightly from her side of the field. Her face was tense, and she wore a focused expression. Roxanne knew little about Johan's skill level. Honestly, Johan himself, despite his mental preparation, felt a bit awkward. Teacher versus student, not a great look if word got out. He also wasn't exactly familiar with Roxanne's battle capabilities. But if she was acting gym leader, there was bound to be a powerhouse Pokémon from the original leader on standby. "Haunter, be careful out there," Johan whispered. "Caw-caw." A voice and a chuckle echoed from the shadows at his feet. "No problem. I feel invincible right now." The referee quickly explained the rules. Rustboro Gym used a 3v3 format, with each side fighting until one team's 3 Pokémon were fully knocked out. "Trainers, send out your Pokémon." "Go, Haunter," Johan said calmly. Haunter emerged from Johan's shadow, surrounded by wisps of black fog, grinning wickedly. "Caca. Right triangle and area operators." "Graveler." Roxanne glanced at Graveler, noticing its tense expression and the slight pallor on its face. It recognized Haunter. This was the same one that had taught it a lesson before, a memory it would rather forget. But after taking a few deep breaths, Graveler's expression gradually steeled. It remembered Johan saying that if it worked well with Roxanne, it could have a chance to beat Haunter. With that in mind, its confidence returned. "Graveler." "Good." Roxanne beamed, pointing forward. "Show Mr. Johan how much we've improved." Graveler, the evolved form of Geodude, was a rock and ground-type Pokémon. "Caca." Haunter clearly recognized Graveler, giving it a friendly wave as it removed its sunglasses. "Hey there, long time no see, little stone." Graveler kept a stony expression as it rumbled deeply. "Grav. Don't underestimate us. 30 years of hard work right back at you." "Good." It didn't seem to have developed Haunter trauma. Johan was pleased with this outcome. After all, Graveler was the first Pokémon he had treated since coming to this world. He didn't want to fix one psychological issue only to accidentally create another. Till, considering Graveler's stats, its defensive type, special defense, and speed, the referee blew the starting whistle. "Battle, begin." Graveler, dig. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere as Graveler burrowed underground, leaving a rough path of rocky humps in its wake. Johan blinked, surprised. A ground-type move like dig would have no effect on Haunter, given its levitate ability. Roxanne should know that. So, was this just to avoid a head-on clash with Haunter? Shrugging it off, he quickly gave his command. "Haunter, nasty plot. Watch for movement underground." "Caw-caw." Haunter's eyes gleamed with dark energy, its already mischievous look growing even more sly. Roxanne's nerves tightened as she watched Haunter stay in place, successfully pulling off nasty plot. She knew dragging this battle out would be disadvantageous. If Haunter managed to stack up nasty plot, even her father's Pokémon wouldn't be able to withstand its onslaught. "Graveler now." "Roll out." The ground rumbled as Graveler burst from below, arms tucked in as it spun into a high-speed roll, heading straight for Haunter. So she turned dig into rollout, a good strategy to close the distance to Haunter? The rock-type move rollout had a base power of only 30, but it doubled with each consecutive turn, meaning it could quickly escalate to 60, 120, 240, or even a devastating 480 power by the end. Paired with Defense Curl, rollout's power would double even further, reaching a mind-boggling 960. That's a one-hit wonder right there. The only real downside was the slight dip in accuracy during its use. But the high speed of rollout made up for Graveler's lack of agility. Johan remembered how much grief Whitney's mill tank and its rollout caused him back in gold/silver. Could roll and heal itself, a real nightmare. Johan narrowed his eyes. Rollout was formidable, but only if it could pick up speed. At its current rate, Haunter could withstand it just fine. Shadow Ball. Caca. Haunter's eyes flashed as it conjured a perfect dark sphere between its hands and lobbed it toward the incoming Graveler. Boom. Dark energy erupted on impact. Graveler staggered, falling to the ground with a dazed expression. It had never encountered a rollout interrupted so forcefully before. And what was with this searing pain? Was winning even possible? Roxanne was stunned as well. Mr. Johan's haunter seemed far stronger than it had during the tower climb competition. Crowd was abuzz with astonishment. Is this the same rollout that wiped out 3 Pokémon earlier? You should be asking if this guy's really a Pokémon psychology teacher. Is this even fair? Off in the corner of the stands. His progress has been impressive, Diantha noted, amazed. Cynthia gave a knowing smile. When a trainer and Pokémon are in sync, growth can be extraordinary. She had personally seen Haunter swallow a shadow ball itself. She'd never witnessed a learning approach quite like tasting. Johan, meanwhile, wasn't too surprised by Haunter's prowess. Honestly, with Graveler's special defense stats and Haunter's boosted power from both the spell tag and nasty plot, it would have been surprising if it hadn't knocked out Graveler. Haunter lick. Haunter drifted next to the downed Graveler and lightly flicked its tongue against it. Caw. Still got 29 years to go, huh? You can do it, little stone. Who knows if it was fatigue or Haunter's words, but Graveler's eyes rolled back as it fainted. Graveler is unable to battle. The referee, though stunned, kept a professional tone as he made the official call. Winky face. Stay calm. Bring on the next one. Roxanne took a deep breath. This was Mr. Johan after all. She recalled Graveler and spoke softly to its pokeball. It's okay, we'll keep working at it. Someday. After putting away Graveler's pokeball, Roxanne didn't seem discouraged. She brought out her second one. Regaining her focus, she tossed the next ball into the arena. Let's go, Probopass. Probopass, the compass Pokémon, a pure rock type. Although it was rock type, its magnetic nature also made it adept with electric type moves. From what Johan knew, Probopass was Roxanne's main Pokémon. The battle resumed. Probopass Sandstorm. Roxanne commanded swiftly. A faint yellow light shimmered over Probopass as a wave of sand began to sweep across the battlefield, gradually filling the entire arena. At the same time, Johan's Pokédex displayed Probopass's details. Probopass. Type Rock. Ability Sturdy. Moves known: Tackle, Harden, Block, Rock Throw, Thunder Wave, Rest, Spark, Rock Slide. Mood. Seeing the moves Probopass knew, Johan's mind started working. A sandstorm team, also known as a sandstorm lineup, relies primarily on sandstorm weather. However, the best setup for a sandstorm team usually involves having a Pokémon with the Sandstream ability, which triggers a sandstorm immediately upon entering the battlefield. For example, Johan's Vulpix has the Snow Warning ability, which changes the weather to snow as soon as it enters battle. This way, they gain an advantage right from the start. But with Roxanne's Probopass, which has to use the move Sandstorm to summon the weather, they've gained the weather effect, sure, but at the cost of losing precious momentum. Johan smiled slightly. Haunter spite. Probopass, busy summoning the sandstorm, suddenly felt a tap on its back. It whipped around but saw nothing. And as it turned back with confusion, it was met with a ghastly face with a metallic shell, a face that looked like Metagross's terrifying visage. Caw. Probopass shuddered instantly, feeling as if its heart had skipped a beat. Bite needs to catch opponents off guard to work best, classic psychological tactics. But Johan had modified this approach slightly. Spite should not only surprise but also target the opponent's most vulnerable spot, psychological warfare, enhanced version. Seeing Probopass's reaction, Roxanne frowned. When had Haunter moved so close to Probopass? And did Mr. Johan really know Pokémon so well? To think he even knew that Probopass feared Metagross most. In the wild, Probopass feared Metagross above all else because Metagross was drawn to Probopass's magnetic stones, practically its natural predator. Also, Haunter's transformation ability, it's a bit too much, isn't it? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a Ditto. Confuse Ray. Taking advantage of Probopass's flinch, Haunter immediately conjured a glowing orb of strange light. The orb hit Probopass directly, and soon it was engulfed in confusion. All for a single sandstorm. The sluggish Probopass had lost a lot of ground, which made the trade-off seem hardly worth it. Roxanne's face was tense, but she continued to command calmly. Probopass, Thunder Wave. Confusion doesn't prevent moves entirely. There's still about a 1/3 chance of self-inflicted harm. Whether it was Roxanne's calmness or sheer luck, Probopass managed to use its move undeterred. Sparks of golden electricity crackled along Probopass's surface. If the thunder wave paralyzed Haunter, then the tables might turn. However, since Johan had already seen which moves Probopass knew, it wasn't hard to predict what Roxanne might do next. Haunter, slip into Probopass's shadow. As soon as Roxanne gave her command, Johan's voice followed. Caw-caw. Golden electric arcs scattered everywhere, but Haunter had already slid into Probopass's shadow and wasn't affected. After all, not everyone thinks to target their own shadow. A perfect read? Dodging Thunder Wave by hiding in the shadow. Now Roxanne and Probopass are in trouble. Why do I feel like this Pokémon psychology teacher is really strong? Be more confident, take out the feel-like part. He's clearly strong. Didn't you see Roxanne's expression? As the spectators continued to whisper, Johan issued the next command before Roxanne could respond. Lick! Haunter popped out of Probopass's shadow with a gleeful caw-caw and licked Probopass's back as the golden electric arcs faded away. Probopass was instantly affected by paralysis. Toxic. Will-o-wisp. Hex. Crowd fell silent. Somewhere in the stands, someone suddenly shivered and began rubbing their arms, covered in goosebumps. Whoa! Flinch, confusion, paralysis, burn, poison. This Haunter is way too dirty. Not just that. Didn't you notice Haunter's approach to spite? And those precise reads. Is this the power of psychology? Poor Probopass, getting pummeled physically and mentally. But why didn't Probopass use rest? Wait, if he didn't switch Pokémon, does he plan to take on all three at once? Even the referee couldn't help but pat his own arm, trying to shake off the chills as he announced in a stiff tone. Probopass is unable to battle. With so many negative effects stacked on it, no matter how strong Probopass was, it couldn't withstand that kind of onslaught. Sturdy ability had become practically useless in this match. If Roxanne had gone with rest, the fight would have been over. Johan would have let Haunter max out its nasty plot boosts, and the next round wouldn't even be necessary. Cynthia muttered quietly with a slight smile, only loud enough for Diantha beside her to hear. Diantha chuckled in agreement. With all those negative effects, Haunter chose not to use hypnosis or keep stacking nasty plot. Maybe Johan was worried about Probopass using sleep talk. If it hit explosion, the resulting blast of rock fragments and sand would be difficult for Haunter to dodge. Quite a surprisingly cautious move. Their insight went beyond what the average spectator could see, allowing them to deduce some of the finer points of the battle between Johan and Roxanne. Cynthia continued, but Roxanne risking Probopass to set up Sandstorm? Is she that confident in her last Pokémon? A hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Diantha glanced sideways at Cynthia, smiling subtly. Meanwhile, Johan called Haunter over. Roxanne's next Pokémon will most likely be the original gym leader's Pokémon. She was willing to lose Probopass just to set up Sandstorm, so it's probably a Sandrush Pokémon. It's either Sandslash or Excadrill and Wheel. Caw-caw. Haunter blinked in confusion. Excadrill? What's that? A picture of Garchomp popped into its mind, but with Eradicate's head. My bad, Johan coughed, realizing his slip. It's Excadrill. But I'm guessing it's Sandslash. Still, we'll adapt our strategy based on what comes out. On the other side of the field, Roxanne's expression grew complex. Was she really going to put her hopes on her father's Pokémon? This wasn't what she wanted. But as the gym leader, it was her duty to assess challengers thoroughly. That's what being a gym leader was all about. Let's go, Sandslash. Gotcha! Taking a deep breath, Roxanne threw her last Pokeball. A Pokemon with a tawny body covered in sharp spines and a fierce gaze appeared on the field. Sandslash, the ground-type mouse Pokemon. Just as Johan expected. Upon seeing the Pokemon, Johan mentally noted this with a bit of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't Excadrill. Excadrill, with its ground and steel types, would have been a much harder challenge. Sandslash? Isn't that the gym leader's Pokemon? This match is really worth it. It's been so long since I've seen a battle like this. The audience's excitement rose as they watched the battle unfold. Seeing Sandslash on the field, some of Rustboro Gym's regulars couldn't help but chime in. Ordinarily, they'd never get the chance to see the gym leader's main Pokemon in action. As soon as Sandslash took the field, part of the swirling sandstorm began to wrap around its body. Sand Rush ability. Sand Rush. Pokemon with this ability have double speed during a sandstorm. The battle continued. Sandslash, remember, don't look Haunter in the eyes, start moving. Roxanne reminded it carefully. Don't look Haunter in the eyes? Johan's expression turned slightly amused, but he said nothing further. Sandslash began running swiftly around the field, which had now been layered with thick yellow sand. As it ran, it dragged its claws through the sandy terrain, kicking up even more dust. Swords Dance! Gotcha! As it moved, Sandslash's gaze sharpened, a light white aura gathering around it, forming phantom swords that circled it with a metallic clanging sound. Roxanne's plan was clear, to strengthen Sandslash with Swords Dance, then use its boosted Sand Rush speed under the sandstorm to deal with Haunter as quickly as possible. Time isn't on Roxanne's side. She still has to take on 2 other Pokemon and the sandstorm won't last forever. Still, judging by the setup, her Probopass probably had an item like the Smooth Rock to extend the sandstorm. Seeing Sandslash's data in his Pokédex, Johan made his own counterplay. Haunter Toxic. A sticky, toxic liquid quickly formed and began oozing from Haunter. Dig, dodge it. Sandslash vanished from sight in a burst of earth and stone, leaving a dark hole behind and a trail of upturned dirt. Johan smirked. Aim for where the ground is raised. Caw. Haunter grinned, lobbing Toxic at the path. The deep purple liquid quickly spread out, covering nearly half the field and even seeping underground. Soon, little bubbles of purple began popping up in various places, creating a swampy field of poison. Crowd gasped collectively at the sight. Whoa, this is toxic. That looks like it could be a poison trap. Haunter cackled gleefully at the stunned onlookers. Please, I slurp toxic orbs like candy. Johan calls it my divine tongue. Boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath Haunter erupted. Sandslash, its body already tinged with a purple hue, shot out, its eyes fierce and claws coated with a spiraling dark mist. Shadow Claw. Protect. Johan and Haunter were ready. A green barrier appeared just as Haunter raised its hands. Crack. Sandslash's attack shattered Protect with ease. Sandslash, Rock Tomb, then hit it with Shadow Claw again. Roxanne clenched her fists tightly as she gave the command. With the boost from Swords Dance and Dark-type Shadow Claw's high critical hit rate, if Sandslash hit Haunter, it could very well be a one-hit knockout. Though its first attempt failed, Sandslash pressed its claws into the ground, summoning chains of rocks of various sizes. Substitute. Bzzz. Haunter's body shivered slightly as the rocky chains passed right through it. Using Substitute to dodge? Inevitably, Sandslash's claws struck the Substitute. I remember him now. He's that Johan guy who used Substitute Toxic Protect to beat the Dragon Master Lance. Witnessing this, one spectator who had felt Johan seemed familiar finally recognized him. No wonder he looked familiar. Was he setting up this Substitute Toxic Protect strategy all along? No wonder Roxanne is playing so cautiously. Wait. Since when could substitute counterattack? The action on the field moved too fast to follow. Suddenly, someone realized that as Sandslash hit the substitute, it also got punched back by it. What's going on? Johan himself looked momentarily puzzled. But when he saw that Haunter's Pokédex entry now listed Nightshade as a move, he understood. Did it just learn a new move mid-battle? Did Haunter just embed Nightshade into its substitute? No way. Did it just pull off Shadow Clone Jutsu? Although things hadn't gone entirely as expected, Johan wasn't about to let an opening like this slip by when Sandslash was forced to fall back. Haunter Shadow Ball. Ka-ka! Haunter, clearly in high spirits, summoned a shadowy black orb between its hands. But this time the shadow ball took a bit longer to form and its size was noticeably bigger. Roxanne's eyes widened as she called out, "Sandslash, dig quickly!" Just recovering from its unexpected hit by the substitute, Sandslash glanced up to see the enormous shadow ball Haunter was charging, and it gulped audibly. It immediately started digging. However, with a triumphant caca, Haunter launched the shadow ball, which was now at least 3 times larger than usual, down toward Sandslash. Boom! The ground shook, leaving a crater and scattering debris in every direction. From the audience came a wave of surprised shouts. That's a shadow ball? That's a supercharged shadow ball. I expected Substitute Toxic Protect to be the main strategy, but who knew there were even bigger surprises? Johan's eye twitched slightly. Shadow Clone Jutsu? A mega-sized shadow ball? Not to mention Haunter transformation. You know what, Haunter? You should be called Vortex Haunter from now on. In the corner of the stands, both Cynthia and Diantha looked stunned. Layering ghost-type energy from Shadow Claw onto Shadow Ball? After a moment, Diantha pursed her lips. On our way home, Gardevoir told me that after training with Haunter, she'd sensed something terrifying within its potential. She foresaw a vision of Haunter dancing with a monstrous dragon. Cynthia nodded, recovering from her surprise. I remember Johan mentioning that Haunter had slept for 1,000 years before becoming his Pokémon. Indeed, all living beings seem to cross paths with other lives, creating bonds that give rise to the most unpredictable outcomes. However, Haunter might have immense potential, but it's only with trust and understanding that such potential can be fully realized. Cynthia thought back to the warmth she had seen in Johan's home when she visited. Johan's bond with Haunter was as deep as her own with Garchomp. Strength and levels are just a Pokémon's baseline. Their bond with their trainer determines their true potential. When trainer and Pokémon work as one, they're capable of incredible feats. She, too, often achieved the unexpected alongside her Garchomp. Reflecting on this, she nodded again. It's no wonder Garchomp and Lucario don't feel uncomfortable around Haunter. Especially Lucario, who usually kept to itself. Maybe it had sensed something through its mastery of aura. A Sandslash is unable to battle. The winner is Challenger Johan. The referee, snapping out of his daze, raised both flags and announced the result. Roxanne exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling a surprising weight lift from her shoulders. With a complex expression, she looked at Johan. This was the power of Mr. Johan. Roxanne gathered herself and walked over to Johan. A winky face. Haunter was waving at the audience with a smug grin. How are we supposed to re-challenge the gym now with that kind of showboating? Johan whispered sternly. Ka. Kaka. Sigma. LLL. Oh right. Haunter suddenly froze as realization hit. Roxanne, who was just about to present the gym badge, overheard Johan's remark. Roxanne. Her earlier frustration at losing vanished instantly. Congratulations, Mr. Johan, she said with a sly tone. Johan cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. Ahem, well, actually you did great, Roxanne. It was true. Realizing Haunter's strength, she had strategically used Probopass as a decoy to set up a new plan, combining that with her powerful Sandslash. Her tactical approach had been flawless. However, Sandslash wasn't her own Pokémon, so there was a slight lag in her commands. Roxanne bowed respectfully. "Thank you. Sir, here is the stone badge along with the rock tomb and dig TMs. I'll need to work harder from here. Our tactical gap is still too wide." As Johan accepted the badge, he felt a bit emotional. Was this his first badge? Had he begun the path to the Evergrande conference? And he'd scored 2 free TMs too, which saved a decent amount of money. Haunter, grinning ear to ear as it held the TMs, skipped along with Johan as they left the gym. Even though it couldn't use either move, that didn't stop it from feeling like it had just hit the jackpot. "Congratulations, Johan." Inside the gym, Cynthia and Diantha were already waiting. Haunter?" Diantha looked over at Haunter, her expression bemused. "Haunter, why are you glowing?" Kaka. In a restaurant not far from Rusboro Gym, Haunter was feasting with gusto, his previously pallid face visibly regaining its color. "So full of energy," Diantha remarked, adjusting her sunglasses as she watched him. Johan, however, glanced at the stacks of plates piling up on the table and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Full of energy? Haunter had given Johan quite the scare when they'd left the gym. Without saying a word, he'd started turning pale. For a moment, Johan thought Nosepass's magnetic field interference had somehow triggered a trade evolution condition for Haunter. But on second thought, if Nosepass had interfered with Haunter's magnetism, the evolution would have happened mid-battle. As it turned out, Haunter's pallor was just a side effect of using too much energy. "Had me thinking he'd mutated," Johan muttered, slightly embarrassed. "Mutation isn't likely, but evolution is possible," Cynthia suggested with a smile, stroking Vulpix's fur. "If I remember correctly, Haunter requires a trade or a special magnetic field to evolve. Roxanne's Nosepass alone wouldn't be enough." At the mention of evolution, Johan frowned a bit. Haunter needed a trade or a magnetic field, and Vulpix needed an ice stone. Noticing his thoughts, Cynthia spoke up again. "Professor Carolina has a communicator that Mr. Bill sent over. If you need it, I can put in a word for you." Then she added, "Though the magnetic field isn't very stable, so you'll need some luck." Johan remembered that communicators and Pokémon storage systems had been inventions pioneered by Bill. This point in time, such devices probably weren't perfected yet. Till it was an option. But if Haunter's evolution failed, the magnetic instability could end up harming him. Once Haunter was full and had regained his strength, the three left the restaurant. Cynthia then mentioned she and Diantha were heading for Sootopolis City. "You'll be there, right?" Counting the days, the Youth Cup would be starting soon. Since it was an exhibition match, they needed to familiarize themselves with the venue and make an appearance. "I think I'll go," Johan replied. After all, his holiday was nearly over, and once school was back in session, he'd be busy with midterms. As a teacher, he still hadn't even prepared the exam papers. Though given his class schedule, sneaking away for a day or two shouldn't be an issue. After all, he had 3 invitations. Not going would be quite rude. In the end, Johan watched as Cynthia and Diantha took off on Garchomp. He couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Having a Pokémon that could fly and carry passengers was quite convenient. No need to buy plane tickets. When he got home, Johan sat down at his computer, ready to finalize the midterm exam. His class was mostly theory-based, with a lot of content to memorize and review, so preparing the test was actually quite simple. But before he got started, he took out the stone badge and the 2 TMs from Rusboro Gym and placed them on his desk. "Gotta admit, they're pretty well made," he mused, admiring the badge's quality. An official Hoenn League item had to be top-notch. Better keep it safe, wouldn't want Tinkadink trying to smash it. I might even get more badges down the line for a nice little collection. As for the 2 TMs, gym TMs are definitely different from the ones from the department store or online. Wait, what's this? Johan noticed a small compartment in the TMs, which, when opened, revealed 2 tiny booklets. He picked one up and opened it. To better master this move, pair it with rock incense hard stone fragments. Snap. He quickly closed the booklet. Turning around, he saw Haunter and the others huddled together, whispering about something and not paying him any attention. Relieved, he opened the booklets again to skim them quickly, his heart sinking. The gym-issued TMs included instruction manuals. Not only did they have insights from the gym's personal understanding and usage of the move, but also advice on how to strengthen the move and maximize its power. This was outrageous. If he hadn't seen these, he might have been able to hold back. But now that he had, how could he resist making his Pokémon stronger? And if he couldn't resist, his already depleted bank account would take a serious hit. Across the room, Chew. Back at home, Tinkadink snuck over to Haunter and Vulpix. Caw-caw. Hoo-woo. Both Haunter and Vulpix were always very patient and protective of their newly hatched teammate. With a look of mystery, Tinkadink beckoned them closer, gesturing for them to come in for a secret. Haunter and Vulpix exchanged glances, then moved closer. The three Pokémon formed a tight huddle, heads touching. Choo-choo. Ta-da. Tinkadink held out her hand, revealing a dark blue stone in her pink palm that seemed to emit a faint magnetic pull. Caw-caw. Nose passes stone. Recognizing it instantly, Haunter opened his mouth to exclaim but quickly clapped a hand over it. Tinkadink looked proud, pointing at Haunter, then the stone. Chew. Her meaning was clear. Didn't Haunter need a special magnetic field to evolve? This stone was magnetic. Cacophony. Haunter's eyes turned watery with emotion. Tinkadink's instinct was to smash any metal she came across into her hammer. Yet she'd resisted the urge, saving the rare metal instead and bringing it home just for him. Chew. Tinkadink tilted her head, looking puzzled. Hoo-woo. That's when Vulpix's serious voice sounded. You didn't steal it, did you? They'd all seen Tinkadink's pickpocket ability in action. Though her intentions were good, stealing wasn't a good habit. If Johan found out, Tinkadink would end up in big trouble. Tinkadink quickly shook her head. Choo-choo. She'd found it while the gym staff was cleaning up, tossed aside as garbage. They didn't want it, so it wasn't stealing, right? All three Pokémon glanced over at Johan. Seeing he was too busy with a tiny booklet to notice them, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Oh, probably not. Maybe it's just recycling? Of course, this stone alone didn't have enough magnetism to trigger Haunter's evolution. Haunter had tried licking Nosepass directly before. But the gesture still touched him deeply. He gave Tinkadink a pat on the head, signaling her to keep it for herself. Chew. Really? Tinkadink blinked her big lavender eyes in surprise. Getting approval from both Haunter and Vulpix, she excitedly took out her tiny hammer and began tinkering with the stone, clinking and clanking. Phew. Johan sighed with relief, stretching his back. The first draft of the midterm exam was done, and he'd add to it as ideas came to him. For now, it was a simple test. Questions were easy, covering only material from the book. As long as his students studied, they'd do just fine. Man, I really am a nice teacher. Turning around, he saw that the three Pokémon were behaving and not causing trouble, which improved his mood instantly. A peaceful day, this is nice. He casually picked up his phone and started browsing comments online. His popularity had dropped recently, so there weren't many new clients looking for advice, and the questions he got were all fairly simple. But as he scrolled, one message caught his eye. Who am I? How can I meet? Only half the message was there. Mewtwo's avatar was already grayed out, meaning he wasn't online. Meet who? Meet a new friend? Or maybe Mewtwo number 2? Johan had always kept an eye on Mewtwo, this troubled case in particular. But now that it was clearly under Team Rocket's control, it probably wasn't easy for it to get online, let alone reach out. As Johan pondered ways to help Mewtwo learn to restrain its ID, a new friend request popped up. King of the Earth, accept. Didn't this person try to add me before? Once again, Johan hit decline. His profile stated clearly that anyone wanting help should specify their Pokemon's condition. He'd had plenty of random friend requests in the past, but they'd mostly stopped as his popularity dipped. This person was persistent. Meanwhile, at the Team Rocket HQ beneath Viridian City in Kanto, "Boss, we intercepted Mewtwo's communication, and we've managed to trace the other user's account," reported Metori, holding a tablet. Her gaze lingered on the tray of carefully made Meowth-shaped cookies on Giovanni's desk, her eyes hopeful. "Oh? What cut it off?" Giovanni looked up from his files, noticing the cookies on his desk. He was feeling a bit peckish, so he grabbed one and bit down. He'd never been picky about food. Metori's cheeks turned pink as she tightened her fists. Seeing she hadn't answered, Giovanni turned her way. Snapping back, Metori stammered, It was a power outage. Someone pulled the lab's main breaker." Giovanni nodded thoughtfully. "So, it's that grain in the field user?" "Why, yes. Give me the phone." Taking the phone from Metori, Giovanni sent a friend request directly to Grain in the Field. Seconds later, he laughed. He'd been declined. Thinking a moment, he sent another request. This time, he was clear about who he was. "King of the Earth, I am Giovanni." Johan stared at the friend request notification on his screen, mind blank. "Who?" "Giovanni." Johan stared at the words on his screen, unable to process them for a long moment. With such a straightforward approach, it couldn't possibly be an impersonator, could it? The head of Team Rocket, Giovanni, was actually sending him a friend request? Most likely because of Mewtwo? Should he accept it? Anyone who has ever played the Pokémon games or watched the Pokémon anime knows Team Rocket, and they certainly know Giovanni, the infamous head of the organization. In fact, in the Pokémon Adventures manga, Giovanni's Beedrill even overpowered Lance, who was already one of the Elite Four at the time. Team Rocket's influence is so vast across the Kanto and Johto regions that even the League doesn't dare act rashly against them. And with Giovanni directly revealing his identity in the friend request. Hold on a minute. Giovanni should also still be the gym leader of Viridian Gym, Johan thought to himself. As a gym leader, it made sense to add him as a friend. He had no reason to decline, right? Wait. A sudden realization hit Johan. Did I reject this friend request once already? He quickly looked around his room, feeling a strange sense of unease. Kaka. Noticing his movements, Haunter, hanging from the ceiling, looked over in curiosity. Haunter, nothing unusual around the house, right? Johan asked. Kaka. Unusual? Haunter looked puzzled, sticking his head into the ceiling for a moment, then floating around the room before re-emerging. With a shrug, Haunter raised his hands. Kaka. Nope, nothing out there. Even Vulpix and Tinkadink looked at him inquisitively. Johan breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, he said, waving them off. Good, no surprise ninjas showing up. Then he looked back at Haunter and added, Haunter, if you ever see someone sneaking around here like a ninja, don't hesitate. Blast them with a strong move. Kaka. A ninja? With a mischievous laugh, Haunter clasped his claws together in a mock ninja hand sign. Like this? Yes, exactly. If that happens, act fast and make sure to hit hard, Johan instructed. Kaka. Haunter pounded a fist to his chest, confidently assuring Johan that he could handle 10 of them. No problem. Johan just shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, if a ninja ever did show up here, it would likely be Janine, the Fuchsia Gym leader and future Poison-type Elite Four member of the Johto region. As it happened, Janine was one of Team Rocket's 3 top executives. Along with her were Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge, both of whom also held gym leader positions in Kanto. And if rumors were to be believed, even Blaine from Cinnabar Island was. 8 gyms in the region, and 5 of them were aligned with Team Rocket. Just goes to show their far-reaching influence. Thinking it over, though, Giovanni didn't seem like the petty type. So what if he declined his friend request once? After some thought, Johan decided to accept. After all, Giovanni was still a gym leader, and he had openly stated his identity. Declining again could very well send Janine to his door. Once he accepted, Johan felt much calmer. Worst case, he'd just hide out in Sinnoh. The Sinnoh Galactic team wasn't exactly soft either. And if he could stay at Cynthia's place, that'd be even safer. Almost immediately, Giovanni sent him a message. King of the Earth, hello, Professor Johan. Not bad. He's rather polite. Johan had some understanding of Giovanni's character through the anime and the Pokémon Adventures manga. The Giovanni in the anime represented pure evil. But his evil differed from the chaotic malice of villains like Archie and Maxie. Giovanni's actions followed a strict order and code, making him more a lawful evil, if you had to categorize it. In the Pokémon Adventures manga, Giovanni represented evil too, but he also displayed glimpses of warmth and humanity. For instance, in the manga, Giovanni sought out Mewtwo while searching for his long-lost son. He held his own Pokémon, especially Beedrill, with a loyalty and care that surpassed many trainers. Even Red, though he opposed Team Rocket, had a certain mutual respect for Giovanni. When Red was frozen in ice, Giovanni was the one who saved him. In summary, Giovanni from the manga was, first and foremost, a father and then the head of Team Rocket. But regardless of the adaptation, Giovanni's goal remained consistent. If the League can rule year after year, why not me? That's how Team Rocket came to infiltrate the League to the point where 5 of Kanto's gym leaders were under its influence. And one day it could extend all the way to the Elite Four. Grain in the field. Hello, gym leader Giovanni. How can I assist you? For now, Johan pretended to only recognize Giovanni as the gym leader of Viridian. It wouldn't do to acknowledge any other affiliations. This way, whatever happened later couldn't be blamed on him. King of the Earth, Professor Johan, you're very talented. Would you be interested in coming to Kanto to work for me? An offer? This was an offer, right? The reason was probably obvious to Johan. It had to do with Mewtwo. Grain in the field. I appreciate the offer, gym leader Giovanni, but as a teacher I have a class of wonderful students to teach. I can't leave Hoenn at the moment. He declined politely. King of the Earth, a responsible teacher indeed. Grain in the field. Well, a teacher is a teacher for life after all. King of the Earth, I may have been a bit presumptuous. Giovanni's courteousness was almost surprising to Johan. Then again, it was that charisma that made people like Sabrina and Janine willing to serve him. Just when Johan thought the matter was settled, Giovanni sent another message. King of the Earth. In that case, would you be interested in being my personal consultant? Johan rubbed his temples, hesitating as he typed. I'm very flattered, but I don't think I can. Before he could finish, another message arrived. King of the Earth. Of course, this comes with compensation. I'm certain it won't disappoint you, Professor. Huh? Johan looked at the half-finished reply, then hit backspace repeatedly. Giovanni continued. King of the Earth, and you wouldn't need to come to Viridian. We can communicate remotely. A remote consultant role with the client being a gym leader. It all sounded quite reasonable. Grain in the field. What would my responsibilities be? King of the Earth. You would be providing psychological counseling for me, my Pokémon, and perhaps even Pokémon that I am acquainted with, including, as you know, Mewtwo. At the mention of Mewtwo, Johan felt a slight twinge. Nobody else would know about Mewtwo's connection to Team Rocket, so he had no real excuse to decline. And as for Mewtwo, Johan had taken the case and was committed to doing his best. He couldn't just ignore Mewtwo, especially knowing the issues it faced. Just then, a notification appeared. Your account has been credited with 3 million Poke Dollars. Remaining balance, 3,222,100 Poke Dollars. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Whoa. 3 million just like that? More generous than Devon Corporation. Wait a minute. Grain in the field, gym leader Giovanni. King of the Earth, given the work you've already done with Mewtwo, I went ahead and reimbursed you for those services. King of the Earth, as for the future, we'll start with a salary of 1 million poke dollars per month. How does that sound? 1 million a month, that would mean 12 million a year. Does Team Rocket really have that much money? Oh right, they're backed by Sylph Company with 5 gyms and 3 major squads. Well, that's different. Grain in the field. Gym leader Giovanni, I haven't. King of the Earth. Then it's settled. Grain in the field. Gym leader Giovanni, I haven't agreed yet. King of the Earth. Congratulations, Professor Johan. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Handshake.jpg. Grain in the field. Seriously? Giovanni, you're ignoring my reply? Is this coercion? The funds were already in his account, and now he'd have a hard time explaining it all if anything happened. Did this mean he was now officially Giovanni's personal consultant? Well, Johan decided to take a screenshot. For evidence. If this ever got out, he'd insist that he was coerced. King of the Earth. Any other questions, Professor Johan? Johan was speechless. After a couple of deep breaths, he decided to ask the most important question. Grain in the field. This might be a bit personal, gym leader Giovanni, but do you have children? King of the Earth. It was crucial. After all, Johan needed to determine if he was dealing with the Giovanni from the anime or the one from the manga. The Giovanni from the anime was beyond saving, solely focused on taking down the League. But if it was the manga's Giovanni, well, there might still be hope. After a while, Giovanni replied. King of the Earth, you're the first to ask me that question. King of the Earth, the answer is yes. King of the Earth, but he's missing. Johan clenched his fist. All the clues fit. Could there be a red out there too? Grain in the field, I'm certain you'll find him one day. King of the Earth, thank you. After that, Giovanni's avatar dimmed, signaling he had gone offline. Johan sat back in his chair, rubbing his chin. Really, I'm just consulting as a gym leader's Pokémon counselor. Without Giovanni, Mewtwo would still need help. He'd keep counseling it anyway. Looking at it that way, I'm practically earning a few million for free. Still, should I notify someone? With that in mind, Johan walked out onto the balcony. Hello, Drake. It's Johan. In Team Rocket's Viridian base. Giovanni put down his phone with a long sigh, leaning back into his chair, a distant look in his eyes. Standing nearby, Matori was surprised. She'd never seen her boss look so pensive. Could this really be the Giovanni she knew, the one she thought was invincible? Strangely enough, she felt a pang of sympathy. So this is Professor Johan's psychological influence. How terrifying. With a small voice, she spoke up. Boss, why not have a cookie to relax? Giovanni gave a slight nod, though he made no move to take one. But that alone was enough to make Matori's heart race. This matter with grain in the field, aside from you and me, no one else is to know. Maximum confidentiality. Understood. Why, yes. 2 quiet days passed, and finally the long Academy Festival holiday came to an end. Students and teachers alike returned to campus, gearing up for the upcoming midterms. But Steven hadn't returned, as he was one of the participants in the youth exhibition match. At the Kanaz City Pokémon Academy training grounds. The school's training grounds really are nice and peaceful. Under the shade of a tree, Johan sipped his coffee while holding a book. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly, a long furrow forming as Vulpix poked her head up from the soil. Hoo-woo. With a shake, she leapt out of the ground, scattering dust and bits of snow as her muddy fur shimmered back into its usual pristine white. But as Vulpix emerged, another head squeezed its way out from underground. Caw-caw. Haunter, clearly too big for the tunnel Vulpix had dug, somehow managed to twist and turn his way out. Then, choo-choo, a small pink hand wiggled from the tunnel, seemingly stuck. Vulpix hurriedly grabbed the little hand with her tail, pulling up Tinkadink, who was holding a metallic stone with a proud grin. Chew. Hee hee. Covered in dust, Tinkadink plopped onto the ground, looking down at the metallic stone in her hands and beaming with pride. It was their prize this time, a stone full of precious metal minerals. Johan's eye twitched as he watched the scene, swallowing the words he had been about to say. This was the result of a new venture Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink had been working on lately. Tinkadink would use her hammer, now infused with Nosepass's magnetite, to search large areas for metallic traces. Haunter would use his abilities to pass through walls and objects, narrowing down the location precisely. And Vulpix would then dig the tunnel using the dig move she'd just learned 2 days ago. With the 3 Pokémon working in sync, they were now quite skilled at finding and extracting metal ores from the ground. Even Johan had to admit it, each one of his Pokémon was incredibly talented. In fact, he had one thought he wasn't sure he should even say. With Haunter's uncanny ability to phase through walls, Vulpix's tunneling expertise, and Tinkadink's knack for borrowing shiny objects, they were practically a trio of outlaws. But he hadn't stopped them from this little mining operation mainly because, in a way, it lightened his own burden. At least for the time being, Tinkadink wouldn't need as many metal ores, easing his expenses a bit. After a familiar round of ping-ping-pang-pang hammering sounds, Tinkadink stood proudly in the center of the training ground, hoisting her hammer like a champion with a trophy. "Time for a break," Johan called out. The little ones cheered immediately. Break time meant treats. They trotted over to him, tails and all, while Johan pulled out the poke blocks he had prepared. Every time he saw them gobbling up poke blocks, Johan felt grateful that he'd learned to make them himself. Otherwise, with how much these 3 ate, his expenses would skyrocket. While they were engrossed in their snacks, Johan noticed Tinkadink's hammer sitting nearby. Come to think of it, despite Tinkadink hammering in all sorts of metals every day, her hammer hadn't actually grown any bigger. Curious, Johan grabbed the hammer's handle. He gave it a little tug. It didn't budge. Was it really this heavy? Gritting his teeth, Johan grasped the handle with both hands, bracing his feet against the ground and pulling with all his strength. The hammer didn't move at all. A bead of sweat formed on Johan's forehead. Tinkadink had shown remarkable strength even from birth, but now Johan was beginning to lose all sense of her limits. Looking at her small, stubby arms, could she really be this strong? Chew. Noticing Johan, Tinkadink grinned and lifted the hammer with ease, swinging it around playfully before resting it on her shoulder. Johan! He couldn't help but feel like Joseph Stone might have left a few details out when he gifted him Tinkadink's egg. Did she have some hidden Herculean strength trait? Or was it all that practice from smashing Vulpix's snowmen every day? After all, with Vulpix's current strength, those snowmen shouldn't be so easy to destroy. Then he remembered something else. Whenever he held Tinkadink, she actually felt quite light, lighter than when he used to carry Vulpix, even. Could it be that Tinkadink's hammer had a meow hammer effect? Once they'd finished eating, Johan got ready to take them to buy some groceries before heading home to pack. Tomorrow was the opening day of the youth exhibition match. Conveniently, he didn't have any classes, so if he woke up early, he could catch a flight and arrive just in time for the opening. In Hoen's Cytopolis city, the city's structure resembled a massive volcanic crater, high walls surrounding a central low point. Crystals scattered throughout the city reflected the sunlight, casting colorful shimmers like rainbows. This natural beauty had earned Cytopolis the title of most beautiful city in Hoenn. This reputation was also one of the reasons why Cytopolis was chosen as the venue for the youth exhibition match. As for Cytopolis' origin, there were 2 main theories. One stated that the city was formed when an undersea volcano erupted, its magma rising above the surface to form the island of Cytopolis. This was the official version and the most widely accepted explanation. The other theory, however, suggested that a massive meteorite struck the Earth 1,000 years ago, cracking the ground and releasing natural energy and magma, which eventually created Cytopolis. The meteorite's energy supposedly triggered a clash between the ancient Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre. This theory was something the Hoenn League would rather keep under wraps. Today, Cytopolis was bustling with excitement. A massive circular arena was surrounded by helicopters capturing aerial shots, and 4 giant screens formed a ring over the stadium, allowing fans without tickets to watch the matches in real time. Huff. Panting slightly, Johan reached the entrance of the arena. Seeing the long lines, he relaxed a bit. Looks like it hasn't started yet. Just made it. Suddenly, a woman in a black trench coat and a round hat with sunglasses spotted him and approached quickly. "HM?" Just as Johan wondered who she was, the woman leaned in close and spoke in a low voice. "Hey, pal. Need tickets?" She held up a few crumpled-looking tickets, clearly for regular seats. Johan. For a second, he almost mistook her for Cynthia. Just then, "Did you get the wrong person?" A familiar voice came from behind, carrying a hint of amused teasing. Turning around, Johan saw a woman with long, silky blonde hair, wearing an unmistakably wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. "Cynthia." "Not at all," Johan sighed, rubbing his forehead. "She doesn't exactly have the same presence or style as you." "Scalper." Cynthia chuckled and turned to walk toward the VIP entrance. Johan quickly followed. "Stealing customers is one thing, but did you have to insult me too?" The scalper walked off, covering her face. "Steven's in the first match and Lance is in the second. They're getting ready now, so they asked me to come get you," Cynthia explained as they walked through the VIP entrance. The ticket check, Johan smartly presented the invitation Cynthia had given him, along with his ticket. After passing through, they entered the arena. "Who are their opponents?" Johan asked. "Steven's opponent is Wallace, and Lance's is Lorelei." Hiss. Johan couldn't help but wince. Wow. The organizers really know how to spice things up, don't they? Soon they arrived at a secluded private box with large circular windows offering a full view of the arena. Inside there were sofas, tea, and even a fruit platter. Johan released Vulpix and Tinkadink from their pokeballs, while Haunter emerged from his shadow. Caw. Haunter's eyes lit up as he spotted Cynthia, now sitting on the sofa without her hat and sunglasses. With a grin, he floated over and started giving her a shoulder massage. Cynthia chuckled softly. "Thank you." Caw. Then she waved over Vulpix and Tinkadink. "Ooh." Vulpix immediately leapt into her lap, and Cynthia reached for the fruit platter, handing a piece to Tinkadink. "Chew?" Tinkadink beamed and sat down happily to eat. "Johan, are these 3 even my Pokémon?" "So, who's your opponent?" Johan asked, pretending not to notice. Cynthia blinked. "My opponent's an easier one, it's Aaron." "Well, that's definitely lighter work," Johan mused. An exhibition match indeed, pure show. As the host and the mayor of Cytopolis took the stage for opening remarks, the exhibition match officially began. Cheers erupted from the audience, filling the circular stadium with excitement. Now, let's welcome the first match's contestants. From Kanaz City, Steven Stone. And from right here in Cytopolis, Wallace. In an instant, the electrifying atmosphere washed over the arena. As an exhibition match, the goal was to perform, making the outcome secondary. In fact, the line between winning and losing was intentionally blurred. Till perhaps by design, each participant used powerful moves with impressive visual appeal, especially Wallace. Although he was the Cytopolis gym leader, he was also trained by Adam the coordinator, and thus his Pokémon moves had a stylish flair. But to reduce Wallace to just a trainer of beauty would be an understatement. Wallace's battling skills were formidable. After Steven stepped down from the Hoenn Championship title, it was Wallace who took his place. Wallace held titles as the Cytopolis gym leader, Hoenn League champion, and a contest master, showcasing his impressive abilities. He and Steven were also very close friends. In the first round, Steven's Agron suffered a tough loss to Wallace's Swampert due to the type disadvantage. However, Steven's Skarmory was able to turn the tables with a substitute Toxic and Iron defense dive strategy, knocking out both Swampert and Walrein. Skarmory even managed to set up a stealth rock trap that left Wallace's Milotic vulnerable when it entered the field. When Steven's shiny Metagross finally squared off against Milotic, it secured a clear victory. Steven's edge over Wallace was undeniable. But Skarmory's tactics captured everyone's attention, reminding many of Johan's battle against Lance, indirectly adding to Johan's growing popularity. After the match, both Steven and Wallace received thunderous applause from the audience, and they shook hands at the center of the arena, stepping off stage amidst the cheers. The next match was Lance versus Lorelei. Now that was going to be an interesting face-off. If Steven and Wallace's battle was a friendly spar between pals, Lance and Lorelei's was more complicated. To put it simply, Lance, old lady, hello auntie. Lorelei, oh look, the Dragon Master using flying-type Pokémon. For some reason Lance, normally calm and composed, turned into a bit of a brat around Lorelei. It was like those mischievous boys in school who pull a girl's braids just to annoy her. As for Lorelei, the Ice Queen, even she seemed a little rattled when dealing with Lance. Professor Johan. Just as the match between Lance and Lorelei was getting underway, Steven and Wallace returned. This is the friend I wanted to introduce you to, Professor Wallace, the Cytopolis gym leader, Steven said. Johan had to break out of spectator mode for a moment and gave Wallace a warm handshake. I've heard much about you, the artist of water, gym leader Wallace of Cytopolis, Johan said. Wallace smiled, a warm and welcoming expression on his face. Professor Johan, the tactics you taught Steven, well, he really beat me up with them. Despite the words, Wallace didn't seem the least bit angry or disheartened. Actually, he continued, Steven has mentioned you to me more than once. I've been hoping to consult with you but could never find the time with gym responsibilities. Oh. Johan initially thought this was just a bit of polite chit-chat. To his surprise, Wallace actually reached for a Pokeball. Would you mind taking a look at one of my Pokémon? He asked. Johan glanced around. The room was spacious enough, so he nodded. Sure. With a smile, Wallace released his Pokémon, cautioning, it might be a bit rowdy, maybe even aggressive. As the red light dimmed, a sharp, brutal-looking Pokémon covered in rough blue skin appeared in the room. Sharpedo. Sharpedo, the water/dark-type brutal Pokémon, was known for its violent nature and cunning. It was said that its teeth could bite through steel plates. However, it also had a humorous nickname as the water type that can't swim. Seeing Sharpedo, Johan's brow furrowed. This Sharpedo, it had an unusual number of scars. True to Wallace's warning, the moment Sharpedo materialized, it appeared highly agitated. Its red eyes darted around, locking onto Johan with a fierce gleam. Roar! Its razor-sharp teeth glinted darkly. A bite attack. Wallace's expression shifted as he readied the Pokeball to withdraw Sharpedo, calling out, Sharpedo! Caca! Sensing the threat, Haunter, who had been lounging on the glass and watching the match with excitement, instantly materialized in front of Johan, a dark orb forming in its claws. At the same time, Vulpix leapt out of Cynthia's lap. Though unfamiliar with Wallace, and visibly frightened by Sharpedo's menacing appearance, she braced herself to attack. Tinkadink, meanwhile, reacted the most directly. Chew! With a swing of her hammer, Tinkadink sprang from the sofa, aiming straight for Sharpedo's head. Johan didn't even have time to stop her. Sharpedo had dismissed the small Pokémon, figuring she was too small to bother with. What a joke, she was so small she wouldn't even be a bite-sized snack. Bam! But as soon as Tinkadink's hammer connected with its head, Sharpedo knew it had made a mistake. And a big one. With a tremendous force, accompanied by a scattering of ice crystals, Sharpedo hit the ground hard. Thud! A large lump formed on its head. Roar! Tinkadink looked at the quivering Sharpedo, tilting her head in confusion, her lavender eyes filled with questions. Chew! Did her hammer nap fail? She inspected her hammer and then looked down at her hand. Her expression turned serious. It must be that her strength was too low. Johan quickly scooped her up, stopping her before she could go for another swing. He signaled to Haunter and Vulpix to stand down as well. Devon and Wallace, who had witnessed the entire episode, now looked at Tinkadink in stunned amazement. Was this little one's strength a bit extreme? Devon was sure Tinkadink had only recently hatched. Cynthia, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. If Stephen and Wallace knew how Tinkadink trained, they wouldn't be shocked either. Tinkadink loved smashing things, so Johan arranged for her to hammer away at the sturdy snowman Vulpix crafted every day. This kind of training, blending passion with exercise, was the best way to maximize a Pokémon's potential. Of course, Tinkadink also had an impressive natural strength. Still, potential alone wasn't enough. It was the trainer's approach that made all the difference. Sharpedo, eyes tearing up, suddenly felt something odd in its mouth and spat it out. It was a tooth. Roar! Sigma, LLL. Clink. Tinkadink spotted it immediately. She jumped down from Johan's arms, stomped on the tooth, then casually struck a dramatic pose, looking up at the ceiling and whistling innocently. Chew whistles. Johan, Stephen, Wallace, and Sharpedo. Did she really think that tiny foot could hide such a massive tooth? Did she think people were fools? Johan covered his face, picking up Tinkadink with an embarrassed smile. I'm very sorry, he said sincerely. Chew. Tinkadink chimed in with her own apology. Wallace seemed even more embarrassed, waving his hand dismissively. No, it's my fault. I thought it was ready to interact with people. I didn't realize it was still so wary. And it's currently in the middle of its tooth-shedding season, too. Sharpedo, glancing at Haunter, Tinkadink, and Vulpix, straightened up, nodding earnestly. That's right, it was shedding season. Tinkadink had merely helped knock out a tooth that was due to fall out anyway. Perfect. Johan handed Tinkadink over to Haunter, gesturing for him to take her away. With a chuckle, Haunter swallowed the shadow ball he'd been holding and led Tinkadink away. From afar, their conversation drifted back to them. Chew. Why didn't my hammer nap work? Caca, that guy's tough, it's normal. Plus, you're still small, not strong enough yet. Chew. So, is it okay? Caca, it's fine. It tried to hurt us first. If it does it again, we'll knock out all its teeth. Chew, chew. Sharpedo. Wallace turned to Stephen again. Earlier, did Haunter actually swallow the shadow ball? Stephen could only smile. He didn't have an explanation either. These were Pokémon raised by Professor Johan. One unique and impressive, Wallace thought to himself. He hadn't missed the Vulpix now back in Cynthia's lap either. Milotic life dew. Just then, Cynthia spoke up. Milo. Her Milotic materialized, waving its tail as a gentle stream of water surrounded Sharpedo. The revitalizing aura eased Sharpedo's pain immediately. Even the missing tooth had already begun to grow back. It really was shedding season after all. This Milotic, Wallace murmured with surprise, gazing at Cynthia's Milotic. Milotic immediately. Recognized Johan, approaching him to nuzzle affectionately, then turned its gaze on Sharpedo, eyes blazing. This time, Sharpedo completely surrendered. Johan, who had seen Sharpedo's reaction when it prepared to use Bite, received a prompt in his Pokédex. Sharpedo. Type, Water/Dark ability. Rough skin known moves. Feint attack, Aquajet, Leer mood. Defensive, timid, previously attacked by humans for its dorsal fin status. Excellent, apart from some head pain, all is well friendliness. 5, previously -30. Timid Sharpedo? That was unusual. After seeing the reason for its timidity, Johan finally understood why Wallace had sought him out. At one point, Sharpedo and Hoenn had been hunted nearly to extinction due to overfishing. It was only after the League enacted the Pokémon Protection Act that their population began to recover. As Johan studied Sharpedo with a serious expression, Wallace couldn't help but ask, "Professor Johan, Sharpedo, is it?" Johan stepped forward to Wallace's surprise and placed a gentle hand on Sharpedo's head. "Don't worry. Friendliness, 15, it senses your kindness." Inside the stadium. Cloister, Shell Smash, then Icicle Crash. Shell Smash lowers the user's defense and special defense while greatly boosting its attack, special attack, and speed. A true all-or-nothing move. Lorelei adjusted her glasses, coolly giving the command. Vulpix, Haunter, and Tinkadink were pressed up against the glass. First, Vulpix had hoped to pick up some new ice-type techniques, but when she saw Cloister's Shell Smash transformation, she couldn't help but call out, "Oh! Hey, big brother Haunter, isn't that your relative?" Chew. Tinkadink, still young, hadn't yet seen Ghastly, so she didn't quite get Vulpix's comment, but her face still showed a look of awe. Haunter's expression turned complicated, and with a wistful sigh, he replied in a world-weary tone, "Caw-caw. Don't even bring it up. That was part of my long-gone youth." Once upon a time, he could transform freely into his own version of Ghastly Cloister. Meanwhile, Dragonite, looking tired and worn, steeled herself against the massive icicles forming in the air above. With a dramatic flourish, Lance swung his cape, his voice ringing with confidence. "Dragonite, Dragon Rush." In the shocked gaze of the crowd, Dragonite, shrouded in a light blue flame, charged headfirst into the enormous, rapidly descending icicles. Haunter quickly turned to Johan, who was watching from the sidelines, shouting excitedly, "Caw-caw! Quick look. Lance is totally cheating again." Just as Johan and the others came over, Dragonite was facing the full force of a quadruple weakness ice-type move from Cloister, who had boosted with Shell Smash. Despite it all, Dragonite smashed straight through the icicles, scattering them in a flurry of shards before barreling into Cloister, whose shell was left broken open. Boom! Johan's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. The whole scene reminded him of an epic, if improbable, martial arts duel. Who would have thought this master of countering weaknesses could withstand quadruple weaknesses so recklessly? Chew. Haunter and Vulpix were handling it well, but Tinkadink's big eyes sparkled as she watched. What a bold approach to battle. In the end, Lance's audacious Dragon Rush secured his victory. It was notable that, throughout the match, Lorelei hadn't used Lapras and Lance had kept Charizard out of play. Two seemed to have a silent agreement. "Lance's strength is as remarkable as ever," Steven couldn't help but comment. "Lorelei's no slouch either," Wallace agreed, respecting both trainers' prowess. Even when facing her type advantage, Lance's sheer skill had the upper hand. But this match also hinted that with Lorelei as an obstacle, his dream of blazing through the Elite Four and winning the champion title would be nearly impossible. If Cloister had the skill link ability and used Icicle's spear, the outcome might have been different, Johan murmured. What was that? Steven and Wallace didn't catch his words. Johan shook his head, not elaborating. That moment, Cynthia stepped forward. "It's about time for me to go on." Her match against Bertha was up next. "Good luck." Johan offered his support. Cynthia gave a soft smile. "Don't worry. Was it their 9th or 10th match? It didn't really matter. Go for a 3-0 win." Johan teased. Cynthia blinked and then, passing Wallace on her way to the exit, she added, "Oh, Wallace, by the way, if you're wondering why my Milotic is a bit different from yours, you might want to ask Johan about it." With that, she exited the VIP box, her voice echoing softly as she moved down the corridor. A 3-0 sweep, huh? Meanwhile, somewhere in the other corridor, Bertha shivered unexpectedly. Strange. Professor Johan, Miss Cynthia mentioned her Milotic? After getting Johan's assurance to help his timid, human-averse Sharpedo, Wallace noticed a difference between his own Milotic and Cynthia's. Though they looked nearly identical on the surface, and Wallace's Milotic might even seem a little more refined due to different grooming practices, Cynthia's Milotic had an undeniable aura of confidence, radiating from within. That was something Wallace's Milotic, no matter how polished, couldn't quite match. Curious, he finally asked. Johan guessed the question and replied, "Your Milotic evolved with a prism scale, right?" Wait, did Cynthia's Milotic not evolve using a prism scale? Wallace's eyes widened, catching the implication. Both he and his mentor Adam had Milotics that evolved using a prism scale. While he knew it was theoretically possible for Phoeba to evolve naturally, no one had ever documented a reliable way to do it. Yes, Johan nodded. That's the difference between a Milotic evolved by external means and one that evolved naturally, an inner self-confidence that flows from the inside out. It's not unfixable, but it may take a little more time, Johan added. Wallace's face lit up with joy. Really? Long-term mental exercises would work fine for Milotic, but for Sharpedo, I'd suggest psychological and physical exercises combined for quicker results. Johan's expertise was clear, and Wallace was happy to follow his advice. Roar! Sharpedo, sitting in the corner, blinked in surprise. Was this physical exercise the kind of exercise it was thinking of? Friendliness, 10, it has concerns about the future. Noticing the change in Sharpedo's status, Johan glanced over. Sharpedo gave a nervous start, flashing a toothy grin in what it hoped was a friendly smile. Roar! Friendliness, 20, it's hopeful about the future. You know, with this attitude alone, Johan thought, Sharpedo was destined for greatness. Caw. Johan, come quick, she's about to pull off a 3-0 sweep. Haunter suddenly shouted. Johan and the others looked over at the arena, where they could feel the fierce, fiery energy radiating from the field. Garchomp and Infernape were facing off on the battlefield. Is she really going for a 3-0? Even Steven was taken aback. In the Pokémon world, bonds and trust weren't just concepts, they were tangible powers. Take Metagross and Steven, Charizard and Leon, or Garchomp and Cynthia. In Sinnoh, Cynthia was known as the unparalleled trainer of her generation, largely thanks to Garchomp. Not that Bertha and her Infernape were weak, but even before Garchomp's final evolution, she had consistently bested Bertha's Infernape. With Garchomp's evolved power and the additional type advantage, Cynthia held a clear edge. Johan sometimes thought Garchomp might even be able to take on her whole team alone if she wanted to. Infernape, we're not giving up yet, get up! Bertha's voice was charged with intensity, her eyes ablaze. Infernape's flames roared to life in response. It's Blaze ability. This ability is perfect for trainers who draw out strength through emotion. But against Cynthia's Garchomp, Earthquake to finish. Roar! Garchomp threw her arms wide and bellowed skyward, her body glowing with white light and a metallic edge before stomping down with immense force. Rumble. The entire battlefield trembled as if the ground itself was breaking apart. Even though Infernape tried to leap away, it couldn't avoid the rocks shaking loose in the aftermath of Garchomp's attack. Combo of Swords Dance and Earthquake left a tremendous impact. Infernape is unable to battle. The winner is Cynthia from Sinnoh. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium. Bertha felt defeated, close to tears. She wasn't sure why Cynthia seemed more charged up than usual. It was rare to see her so fired up. Today felt like everyone else was showing off their skills while Bertha was the one taking the hits. Still, losing to Cynthia wasn't something that bothered Bertha too much. Each loss just strengthened her resolve to keep pushing forward. Haunter, meanwhile, had somehow found 3 sets of pom-poms and passed them to Vulpix and Tinkadink. Grabbing Johan, he led his 2 companions straight for the competitor's exit tunnel. Where are you going? Johan looked bewildered. Haunter's face twisted into a look of dismay at Johan's naivete. Kaka, we're going to congratulate her. Don't you have any common sense? Johan. Without waiting for his response, Haunter pushed him forward. Internally, Haunter sighed. Why do I even have to remind him? When will Johan ever grow up? I'm just always worrying. In the tunnel. Caw 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 caw. Woo. Choo choo. With Haunter in the lead, Vulpix followed shyly but kept the rhythm, and Inkadink looked puzzled but amused, swaying along. Johan, meanwhile, had his face in his hands, leaning against the wall. The social awkwardness was killing him. Caw. Seeing Cynthia approach amid the applause, Haunter led the little group forward, his pom-poms moving in a quick rhythm. Vulpix breathed a small puff of ice to form a flower, presenting it with pride. Cynthia blinked, then a warm smile as radiant as a rainbow spread across her face. Thank you. When she spotted Johan standing awkwardly to the side, her smile widened. Professor Johan, you're such a kind soul. Your Pokemon's love for you shines through, as clear and pure as glass. Watching as Johan was coaxed away, Wallace couldn't help but marvel. Johan had only just met Sharpedo, yet it had let him touch its head so soon. That natural gift for connecting with Pokemon was rare, and Wallace felt his own talents paled in comparison. Yes. Steven nodded in agreement. It's not just Wallace's Pokemon. Mine respect him greatly, too. Metagross, Skarmory, both had accepted Johan without hesitation. It's because Professor Johan treats every Pokemon with genuine care. But we mustn't take his help for granted. Steven's tone was serious. Wallace smiled knowingly. Don't worry. He understood Steven's implicit warning well. We'll make sure not to disappoint Professor Johan. Are you sure this is okay? Johan looked at the Energy Cube recipe book in his hands, hesitating. The book was a clear gift from Wallace. In the Pokemon world, breeders and coordinators alike are often experts at making high-quality Pokeblocks. Of course, it's not just Pokeblocks they're skilled in. For breeders, their craft goes beyond making Pokeblocks to include breeding and raising Pokemon, massage therapy, postnatal care, and more. As for coordinators, they specialize in raising Pokemon for contests, with an emphasis not only on moves but also on a Pokemon's physical beauty and poise, enhancing every aspect of its appeal. So, making Pokeblocks is just one skill both coordinators and breeders hone as part of their work. Under the guidance of Adam, the esteemed coordinator, Wallace had honed his craft to the highest level. Even Steven often sourced his Pokeblocks from Wallace. This recipe book, incorporating Adam's and Wallace's combined techniques for Pokeblock making, was immensely valuable. Wallace smiled warmly. I heard from Steven that you also make Pokeblocks for your Pokemon. These might be useful. Useful? That was an understatement. Before Johan could respond, Wallace continued. My mentor always said that we shouldn't hoard our knowledge selfishly. When someone truly needs your help, don't withhold what you know. Besides, Johan, you went out of your way to help me without hesitation. Hearing this, Johan glanced back down at the recipe book. To be honest, this book was more valuable than many TMs or high-tier items. Well, if you're sure, then thank you. It really will help a lot. The better the Pokeblocks, the better for him and his Pokemon. Some recipes focus on enhancing appearance rather than stats, Wallace noted. I've modified some, but others I haven't. You might want to experiment a bit. The youth exhibition match was still ongoing, with notable battles drawing the crowd's attention. But for Johan's group, their focus had shifted. A notification flashed on Johan's phone and he frowned slightly. Dragon Envoy, I've got something to take care of, so I'm heading out first. Was Lance dodging Lorelei? Few people could intimidate him, but Lorelei was evidently one of them. Meanwhile, Cynthia mentioned that Diantha had to leave right after her battle, urged on by her manager's packed schedule. Just then, Johan received another message. Forever 18, are you still in Hoenn? Grain in the field. Yes, I'm in Satopolis City. Forever 18. I'm at Satopolis too, on 3rd Street, next to the Y-Lord plush shop at the Celio ice cream parlor. Johan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why did he feel like he might know this person? What's up? Cynthia asked, noticing his expression as she shaped Vulpix's fruit plate to resemble a Milo tick. You're pretty good at this, Johan remarked. An online client of mine also happens to be in Cytopolis and wants to meet up. Cynthia tilted her head, intrigued. Want me to come along? Thinking of Smoochum's situation, perhaps a Milotic sighting could be the boost it needed, so Johan nodded. Actually, that might be good. Cytopolis, built like a giant volcanic crater, had high outer walls sloping down to its center. Seawater streamed through the city's canals, adding to its charm and easy travel options. Together, Johan and Cynthia took one of these iconic boat rides, heading to Forever 18's location on 3rd Street. The Y-Lord plush shop was well known, its towering Y-Lord sign visible from a distance. The Celio ice cream parlor, Cynthia, Haunter, and the Pokémon were immediately captivated by the vibrant display of treats in the window. This looks delicious. Cynthia's eyes sparkled as she looked at Johan. Johan, busy sending an "I'm here" message, responded automatically. Then get some. Then he noticed everyone's expectant looks fixed squarely on him. All right. Pokémon didn't have money and Cynthia might take hours to decide. Johan stepped forward, scanning the menu. 2 all-rain jumbo sundaes, 5 Celio scoops. BZZ. Pokeball at Cynthia's waist popped open and her EV bounced out. EV. Let's make that 6 Celio scoops. Just then, Professor Johan and Cynthia. A slightly surprised voice sounded from the side. There stood Lorelei, casually holding an ice cream while awkwardly hiding a Y-Lord plush behind her back, eyes darting between the two of them. Lorelei. Lorelei. Johan and Cynthia exchanged looks, each equally surprised. Then Johan's face shifted, realizing something. Lance, Lorelei, Stephen, Wallace, Cynthia, Diantha. So this youth exhibition match had become a patient showcase? They practically made up half the participant list. Under a patio umbrella outside the Celio ice cream parlor, Johan, Cynthia, and Lorelei sat around a table. Haunter was thoroughly enjoying his 2 Walrein jumbos, grinning mischievously as he licked each in turn. Meanwhile, Tinkadink, Eevee, and Vulpix sat on the table with their Celio scoops. So cute, Lorelei murmured, admiring the Pokémon. She quickly collected herself, clearing her throat as she summoned her Smoochum. Smooch. Smoochum looked around, momentarily lost, before her eyes landed on Vulpix. Smooch. With a squeal of delight, Smoochum hopped onto the table, wrapping her tiny arms around Vulpix and pressing her face to Vulpix's fur, nuzzling contentedly. Smooch, smooch. Vulpix, hee, it's Vulpix. Seeing Smoochum's plump lips puckering up for a kiss, Vulpix's eyes went wide in horror. Oh, Sigma, LLL. She kicked her legs frantically, trying to shake Smoochum off, but Smoochum was undeterred, determined to give her idol a smooch. Haunter's eyes widened in shock. This one's bolder than me. Lorelei covered her face. Johan could barely watch. He'd thought Smoochum would see Vulpix as a rival, but here she was, starstruck. Meeting her online client really was a good idea. Some things just didn't translate well online. Cynthia, however, found the scene delightful. Looks like Smoochum really admires Vulpix. Seeing that Vulpix was getting overwhelmed, Tinkadink discreetly reached for her hammer, her gaze narrowing on Smoochum. Chew. Head or rump? Probably head, right? Noticing this, Johan felt a sudden chill. One hit to Smoochum's head and it'd be game over. Fortunately, Lorelei reacted quickly, recalling her overly affectionate Smoochum with a sheepish apology. But she felt that letting Smoochum meet her idol might inspire her to train even harder. They chatted for a while, with Johan offering Lorelei some final suggestions for Smoochum's progress. When Cynthia casually mentioned that Lance had already left Cytopolis, Lorelei's demeanor instantly shifted to a more serious tone. After hurriedly excusing herself, she handed Johan a small box as a thank you gift and then dashed off. Watching Lorelei hurry away, Cynthia tilted her head. Are Lorelei and Lance not on the best terms? Wait, now you're noticing? Not exactly. There's a saying, teasing shows affection, true love kicks harder. Lance and Lorelei are a special case, Johan said, laughing as he opened the box. Inside was a never-melt ice crystal. Never-melt ice boosts the power of ice-type moves when held by a Pokémon. This was an expensive item, and the quality of Lorelei's crystal was top-notch, likely worth over $1 million. Johan took a deep breath. Lorelei came from Island 4 of the Sevii Islands, where the famed Icefall Cave produced never-melt ice. That alone was probably worth more than several of Steven's mines. These people were all loaded. All Johan wanted was to offer some free guidance online for trainers and Pokémon, yet he kept getting showered with unexpected gifts. It's just, I'm really not in this for the money. He pocketed the never-melt ice and the box. What about Claire? Cynthia asked, genuinely curious and maybe just a little intrigued. So even Cynthia has a bit of a gossipy side, Johan mused. Don't worry. Lance is a high flyer and can handle it, he said, grinning. If Lance was tough, wait till Red got here. He'd break hearts but leave no trace. Oh. Cynthia blinked, sensing a deeper meaning behind Johan's words. Suddenly, Cynthia smiled slyly and, with a hint of playfulness, asked, And what about you? I'm heading back to Sinnoh tonight, Cynthia said after finishing her ice cream. How about a quick stroll first? Johan asked with a smile. Cynthia's eyes sparkled and she gave a light-hearted nod. Then her gaze drifted toward the massive Wylord plush shop next door, and she looked at him with open anticipation. Already familiar with her quirks, Johan rolled his eyes but didn't hesitate, rising to his feet. All right, let's pick out some souvenirs before you go. They entered the shop. The store wasn't very crowded, likely due to the exhibition match, and felt quiet and cozy. Though it was called the Wylord plush shop, it wasn't limited to Wylord alone. It also carried Magikarp, Gyarados, Jigglypuff, and a whole host of other plushies. Cynthia, usually so composed and poised, had transformed into a carefree girl in this store, delighting in the cute finds. She hugged a Gibble plush close to her cheek, pouted just like the Jigglypuff doll on a shelf, and picked up a Pikachu plush with a childlike grin. I think this one suits you best, Johan said mysteriously, hiding a plush behind his back. Oh. Cynthia tilted her head, intrigued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a flourish, Johan revealed his pick. Tada! It was a Mimikyu plush. Startled, Cynthia playfully scowled at him and dashed off to another shelf. What? Johan looked down at the Mimikyu plush. Wasn't it cute? But as she ran off, one of her Pokeballs on her belt suddenly popped open. A flash of red light appeared, and her fierce-looking Garchomp materialized, towering over Johan with a glint in its eye. Oh, you want it? Sweat trickled down Johan's brow as he noticed the deadly sharp blades mere inches from his head. Garchomp's nostrils flared, sending out 2 wisps of steam before it grabbed the Mimikyu plush from his hands and disappeared back into its Pokeball. Johan wiped his brow and glanced at Haunter beside him, seeking confirmation. Does Garchomp really like it? Haunter gave a mischievous caw-caw laugh, then tilted its head at an impossible angle and morphed its face to look like Mimikyu's, its eyes shining with anticipation. Hideous! Caw-caw TT. Just then, the shop clerk cleared their throat, addressing Johan. Sir, if a plush gets put in a Pokeball, you still have to pay for it. We have surveillance cameras, you know. Johan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Got it. In the end, he bought a Pumpkaboo plush for Haunter, who hugged it gleefully. For Vulpix, he chose a Vanillite plush, which she curled her tail around in delight. Tinkadink got an overlooked Corviknight plush, which he hoped would introduce her to other types of steel Pokémon. Though Tinkadink wasted no time raising her hammer to it, ready to strike. Thankfully, it wasn't a real Corviknight, so nothing valuable could break. As for Cynthia, aside from the Mimikyu plush her Garchomp confiscated, she chose 2 more, a Togepi and a Slowpoke plush with an adorable expression. After they paid, Cynthia handed the Slowpoke plush to Johan with a sly smile. Here. This one's for you. Johan looked at her in confusion, watching her grin playfully as she explained, It's just a lot like you, don't you think? And with that, she grabbed Vulpix and Tinkadink and dashed away, laughing. Johan glanced at the Slowpoke plush, and it stared back at him with a blissfully blank expression. What? How? He turned to Haunter for a second opinion, but the Pokémon merely scratched its chin thoughtfully, nodding in apparent agreement. Caca. Caca. Can't say it just resembles you, more like a perfect match. With that, Haunter chased after Cynthia, its laughter echoing in the distance. Johan sighed and turned his back to the Slowpoke plush, trying not to look at it too long. He'd lose brain cells for sure. They spent a peaceful afternoon in Cytopolis, taking a leisurely boat ride through the city's canals, admiring the distinct architecture and tranquil atmosphere. Excuse me, sir, are there any unique sights in Cytopolis? Johan asked the boatman. Oh, many, the boatman chuckled. But if I had to pick, I'd recommend our Tree of Eternity. He continued, It symbolizes eternity, whether it's between trainers and their Pokémon or between people. Plenty of wild Pokémon roam around it too, so with a bit of luck you might even spot a love disc. Tree of Eternity? The words sparked a memory for Johan. In the heart of Cytopolis, he'd heard lay the eternal flower, the rare floette brought back to life 3,000 years ago by the Kalos King AZ with the ultimate weapon. On the boatman's suggestion, they headed to the central island of Cytopolis. A massive, lush tree stood on the island, its dense, evergreen foliage creating a canopy that remained green even in the heart of autumn. The island was quiet, allowing Cynthia to release all her Pokémon. Garchomp, Lucario, Eevee, Milotic, Roserade, and Spiritomb. Luckily, Haunter and Vulpix were already well acquainted with her team, and even Tinkadink's courage kept her unfazed by Garchomp's imposing presence. Her attention was fixed on her hammer, which she used to scan for hidden metals with newfound purpose, her eyes glinting with a treasure hunter's gleam. She didn't have to search for long. Her eyes sparkled as the hammer's magnetic pull led her to a strange black paw sticking out of the ground. Ha! Looking up, she realized it was Lucario's paw. Without hesitation, she asked boldly, Chew, can I take this off? Luca. Lucario blinked, momentarily stunned by her audacity before chuckling. Luca. Why don't you give it a try? Taking this seriously, Tinkadink hefted her hammer and swung down with all her might. Feeling the force of her hammer, Lucario's expression grew serious, and he clenched his fist as her strike landed. Bam! Chew! The impact sent a jolt through Tinkadink's body, making her entire frame tingle, yet Lucario's paw remained unmoved. But Lucario was genuinely impressed by her strength. Grinning, Lucario leapt into the air, his palms pressed together as he summoned a blue bone staff, which appeared in his grip with a soft glow. With a flourish, he twirled the staff around, creating a brilliant arc of blue light. Tinkadink's eyes widened, and she imitated him, swinging her hammer enthusiastically. They practiced side by side. Tinkadink's hammer didn't glow with aura like Lucario's bone staff, but she adapted, channeling Ice Hammer instead. Lucario's surprise deepened, watching her carefully. Must have been a trick of the light. Johan and Cynthia sat together on the island's edge. The soft, golden light of the setting sun cast a serene glow over the lake, as though every care or worry had been washed away. Milotic swam past them, trailed by a school of water Pokémon that followed her elegant movements. Let's take a photo just to remember this, Cynthia suggested quietly. Definitely. The island's famous spots had public-use cameras where you only had to drop in a coin to use them. After calling over their Pokémon, the two of them gathered under the Tree of Eternity, everyone setting up for the perfect shot. Ready! Johan set the camera's timer, then jogged back to join Cynthia and the Pokémon. A gentle breeze drifted by, rustling the leaves, and a sweet melody echoed faintly from the lake. 4. In the center, Vulpix and Eevee stood side by side, cheeks pressed together. On one side, Haunter flashed a comically exaggerated grin, draping an arm around Garchomp's shoulder, while Garchomp held a Pumpkaboo plush. Lucario, with Tinkadink balanced atop his head, crossed his arms, sighing with resignation. 3. Beside Johan's feet, Spiritome glared menacingly, while Roserade stood by Cynthia's side holding a bouquet. 2. As Johan joined the group, Cynthia snuck up and, to his bewilderment, plopped the Slowpoke plush on his head. 1. Behind them, Milotic rose from the lake, gracefully arcing through the air, with a school of Poliwag, Staryu, Elamamula, and Lovedisk following close behind, all illuminated by the sunset's glow. Everyone beamed. Click. Camera captured the moment, preserving it forever. Kalos region. Dusk, in a quiet little cafe tucked away in the corner of town. Cafe was empty, save for 2 people. To the soft hum of a slow, lilting tune, Diantha stirred her drink, the clinking of her straw against the ice cutting through the silence. Across from her sat a tall man with a lion-like mane of flame-orange hair, dressed in an all-black suit. If Johan were here, he'd immediately recognize the calm, collected man sitting opposite Diantha, Lysandra, the leader of Team Flare and head of Lysandra Labs. Being young has its own beauty, but it isn't everything. Nothing stays the same forever. I like to live and embrace change, so I'm always exploring different roles, Diantha murmured, sipping her drink. Lysandra smiled slightly, lifting a tiny creamer cup. But isn't it your duty to maintain beauty? All things should remain as they are at their most beautiful. But, Lysandra, no one and nothing can stay the same forever, Diantha replied softly. I can make them stay the same. I can make them both fleeting and eternal, he said, pouring the milk into his coffee, black and white swirling together. Diantha paused, a hint of complexity in her gaze. Lysandra's eyes, on the other hand, held a resolute gleam. I cannot bear this world's growing ugliness. Lysandra, Diantha interrupted. At his surprised glance, she smiled. Recently, I met someone. His ideals are similar to yours. I think you two would have a lot in common. Lysandra's interest was piqued. Someone who shared his ideals and who Diantha respected? Lysandra knew Diantha well enough to understand her respect was hard-earned. She held very few people in high regard, perhaps Champion Cynthia of Sinnoh, and he liked to believe himself. Now, I'd truly like to meet this person, Lysandra said thoughtfully. I'll ask him first and let you know in a few days. Diantha stood up. Apologies, but I have a few engagements to attend. I'll take my leave now. As she left, Diantha smiled to herself. This was exactly what Johan had suggested she say. Once she had found it impossible to refuse Lysandra's invitation, Johan had advised her to try this approach. Like with the math magician, reason alone wouldn't sway a man as ideologically driven as Lysandra. Instead, she'd need to speak from a place he could relate to and gain his trust before guiding his perspective. Lysandra remained alone, lost in thought. Someone with ideals like mine? He had to admit, the notion intrigued him deeply. If he could find a kindred spirit, someone who understood the gravity of his goal, someone who could join his mission to shape a beautiful world, it would mean everything. Hoenn region, Rustboro City. Morning. Boom. Johan awoke with a start, jolted from his sleep by a loud crash. It was late by the time he got home last night, and this morning he managed to escape Haunter's lick attack and Vulpix's ice-cold forehead tap, only to fall victim to Tinkadink's critical hit. Leaping out of bed, he saw a gaping hole in the bedroom floor. Realizing her mistake, Tinkadink hastily buried her head under a blanket on the floor, leaving her tiny backside sticking out and wiggling in the air. Johan sighed. She knew how to hide, that was for sure. Shaking his head, Johan gazed down at the hole in the floor, pressing a hand to his forehead. The thing he dreaded most had finally come to pass. All the training was making his Pokémon stronger, and inevitably they'd begun remodeling the house. There was really no avoiding it. As Pokémon grew stronger, their moves became more powerful, and when they misjudged their own strength, things tended to break. Not all Pokémon could be like Haunter, who swallowed shadow balls to digest them internally. Though he'd expected Haunter or Vulpix to be the first to cause trouble, it turned out to be Tinkadink, who had been so excited after learning from Cynthia's Lucario that she had barely slept last night, and now, first thing in the morning, was back to training. Fortunately, it was just the floor this time. By breakfast, the contractor he'd called had arrived, and after settling up, he set out for work with his 3 little companions in tow. Maybe I should consider moving to a larger place given my 6-figure monthly salary, Johan mused on the way. But he quickly discarded the thought. After all, $100,000 a month wouldn't cover a fraction of his 3 gold guzzlers. Besides, the building he lived in now was old, and while damages were affordable to repair in a new place, his 3 little ones would bankrupt him faster than he could blink. Let's start with a small goal or even a tenth of a goal. Once I reach it, then I'll consider moving. For Johan, workdays at the academy were blissfully light. Teachers were all busy preparing for midterms, and the students were tense with the impending exams. Even Steven had been stopping by the counseling room less often since returning from the youth exhibition match. Johan was free to relax, train his team in the open areas around the school, and enjoy the perks of the academy, the free training grounds, a cozy office, and unlimited access to the coffee machine. Plus, without his teaching job, what other title would he have? Giovanni's private advisor. The Rocket Boss's personal counselor. Once Giovanni's cover was blown, Johan was sure he'd have a hard time talking his way out of that one. Training time flew by. Johan spent time answering questions in his online consultation room, as well as consulting Lorelei about strategies for training Ice-type Pokémon. Since she knew his identity, he didn't hold back and asked everything he'd been wondering about, especially tips on optimizing his never-melt ice. He also shared some training ideas with Steven, gathering tips for raising steel types like Tinkadink and refining his training approach. A few days later, Johan was preparing breakfast when he heard a voice outside the balcony. "Good morning. Delivery for you, please sign here." Looking outside, he saw a rather fierce-looking Pidgeot on his balcony with a tiny megaphone hanging around its neck. Johan chuckled. Pidgeotto had clearly reported back, and now they'd sent in Pidgeot. If he wasn't blacklisted by Pidgey Express yet, he definitely would be soon. Thankfully, Tinkadink, upon inspecting the difference between Pidgeot and her Corviknight plush, decided against wielding her hammer. Following Johan's instructions, Haunter fetched the package from Pidgeot's back, paid the delivery fee, and tossed in a few poke puffs as a tip, which earned a nod of appreciation from the otherwise intense-looking Pidgeot. Haunter struck up a conversation. "Kaka, with your talent, you're overqualified for delivery work." Pidgeot shook its head and sighed. "Pidgeot, times are tough. Gotta take what you can get." "Kaka, I sense there's a story behind those feathers." Pidgeot's eyes grew distant. "Pidgeot, once back in my Pidgey days I was the top of the flock, but now..." "Kaka, hey, wanna pull off a big job?" "Pidgeot?" Haunter revealed 2 ominous black masks and a cape from its mouth. "Kaka, all you have to do is lure in a few choice targets and wheel." Before Haunter could finish, Pidgeot's face went pale. "Pidgeot, run!" Pidgeot turned tail and flew off without another word. This house was a den of dangerous Pokémon. "What did you say to that, Pidgeot?" Johan asked, eyeing Haunter suspiciously. Haunter waved the mask and cape in his hand. "Kaka, I invited him to join a righteous cause, but he bailed." Apparently, Haunter had been inspired by a recent episode of Pumpkaboo Adventures where Pumpkaboo and a heroic Torchic defeated a villain, and he was determined to recreate the scene. Johan raised an eyebrow at the 2 pitch-black masks in Haunter's hands. Pidgeot likely thought he was trying to recruit it for a bank heist. Whether he'd been blacklisted or not was unknown, but after today, Johan was surely on their watch list. Opening the package, he found it was from a company called Hariyama Industries. They specialized in customized Pokémon training gear. Their products were pricey but top-notch. They weren't widely known yet, but they had close ties with Devon, which is how Steven recommended them to Johan. He'd ordered a power band specifically for Tinkadink to help her harness her strength and improve it safely. Pokémon World technology is something else, Johan mused. Some of the tech talents here were incredible, like Team Rocket's trio. Sure, they couldn't catch Pikachu, but when it came to invention, disguise, and even business, they were practically maxed out on every skill. There was also a young inventor like Clement, churning out gadgets like he was pouring a glass of water. They really could use some help in marketing, though. The world's strongest champion, Leon, was used for low-level advertising. Even Hariyama Industries could throw together a Groudon Flight Project campaign, and it would be a smash hit. This is for you, Tinkadink, a custom tool that'll make you even stronger. Tinkadink's eyes sparkled as Johan helped her put on the power band. In addition to the band, he'd stocked up on high-quality berries. After days of studying Wallace's Energy Cube recipe book, he was ready to try making some advanced poke blocks. $3 million or even $1 million a month salary really amounts to nothing when you're supporting 3 Pokémon. Just buying a power band for Tinkadink set him back $800,000. Fortunately, the band finally managed to tame Tinkadink's exaggerated strength, so he could at least expect no further unplanned renovations in the house for now. As the berry mixer hummed quietly, a fresh batch of poke blocks was completed. The batch used premium berries of higher quality and variety, with recipes and techniques Johan picked up from Wallace's guidance. The moment the poke blocks were ready, their rich aroma wafted through the entire room. Chew! Smelling the enticing aroma, Tinkadink immediately moved forward to take a bite, only to be held back by Vulpix. Even the usually greedy Haunter kept its distance. Tinkadink blinked, puzzled. Chew! Kaka! Haunter cautioned. Little did Tinkadink know that every time Johan made new poke blocks. And what's with those looks? Johan demanded. Wasn't trust the foundation of any Pokémon and trainer relationship? Kaka, Haunter said with a deadpan expression. You first. Since when do trainers taste test poke blocks? Johan said, rolling his eyes. Kaka, don't you always swipe our snacks? Uwu. Chew. Vulpix and Tinkadink nodded their heads in unison. Johan's eye twitched. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the 3 Pokémon, Johan picked up a translucent poke block. After a brief hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. As the poke block broke apart, a sweet and tangy flavor bloomed across his taste buds. He could feel a pleasant warmth spread from his stomach, filling him with a refreshed sense of energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Under the 3's scrutinizing stares, Johan murmured, It appears I do have the potential to become a true Pokémon nutritionist. Haunter and the others instantly realized this batch of poke blocks was actually delicious. With a collective cheer, the 3 little Pokémon pounced. Haunter, Vulpix, Tinkadink. Just as Johan arrived at the counseling office door, keys in hand, he ran into Professor Cosmo. Professor Cosmo? Long time no see. Off digging up rocks again? Johan asked, surprised. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen Cosmo in over a month. Although the academy didn't keep a close watch on their elective professors, skipping classes for a month without being fired was quite impressive. Cosmo waved a tired hand. I was called to Moss Deep Space Center for some research. Notified the academy. The Moss Deep Space Center, the largest astronomical facility in Hoenn, and the same place that first tracked Rayquaza. Originally under Greater Mauville Holdings, the center was later acquired by the Devon Corporation after the former went under. Back just in time for midterms? Johan chuckled. Can't avoid it, Cosmo replied with a wry smile, ruffling his untidy hair. He looked exhausted. I pulled an all-nighter to finish the test papers, haven't slept yet. Johan gave him an impressed thumbs up. Don't let me hold you up. Go get some rest. I'll lock the door and cover for you if anyone's looking. Cosmo waved him off, about to head to his office when Johan stopped him. Wait a minute. At Cosmo's questioning look, Johan hesitated briefly before saying, Professor, there's something I haven't told you yet. Do you remember that time you were getting hypnosis therapy in my office? He explained how the ghastly living inside that mysterious stone had ended up with him. Initially, Johan hadn't told Cosmo the whole story, as he'd suspected someone might be targeting the stone, which would have put Cosmo in danger. But now that it seemed the danger had passed, there was nothing left to hide. Before Johan could finish, Cosmo raised his hand, laughing. I was wondering what you'd say. But by your account, Ghastly has probably been in that stone for centuries. That stone was its home long before I came across it. I'm the one who was the thief, after all. Well, it just felt right to let you know, Johan said, scratching his head. Cosmo clapped him on the shoulder. I'm really just a researcher who's curious about the stories behind these strange stones. Once the mystery's been solved, their purpose to me is fulfilled. He wasn't like Steven, who loved to collect all kinds of stones. Cosmo was simply passionate about uncovering and studying them. Just one request. If Ghastly ever remembers any of its past, share its stories with me if you can. With that, Cosmo returned to his office, hung an out sign on the door, and locked it behind him. Johan smiled to himself. Moss Deep Space Center. He mused. Could it be that they've discovered a giant meteorite? That would be a huge deal. Then again, don't those usually appear after Steven becomes champion? Current Steven wouldn't stand a chance against Rayquaza and Kyogre fighting back-to-back. So, it probably wasn't about the giant meteorite after all. Back in the counseling room. Midterms were in progress, but Johan wasn't scheduled to proctor any exams, so he enjoyed the peaceful morning, made himself some coffee, and let his 3 Pokémon play around the room. He opened his computer and logged into the league's official website. The latest headline was an explosive one. Breaking! Ice Queen Lorelei single-handedly defeats new investigator Dragon Tamer Lance. But Johan nearly choked on his coffee. Curious, he clicked the article. It was indeed about Lorelei and Lance's battle, but the paparazzi had only managed to film the opening moments before Lorelei noticed and froze the camera solid. So the defeat was mostly a clickbait exaggeration. Gotta love this world's creative journalism, Johan muttered, chuckling. He'd thought earlier that Pokémon's marketing industry lacked imagination, but now he was starting to reconsider. And then he noticed another article rapidly climbing in popularity. Cynthia spotted in Hoen's Lily Cove City with a mystery man. Photographic evidence. Curious, Johan opened the link, only to find a photo of him and Cynthia on the boat to the Eternal Tree. However, not only did Cynthia's face not show, but Johan himself only appeared as the faintest of outlines, barely even a silhouette. The star of the shot, taking up most of the frame, was Haunter, flashing a peace sign with a mischievous grin. Johan. Comments were hilarious. Whoa! Trying to scare us, are ya? Starts with a pic, but the rest's all fiction. Photographic evidence, my foot. What? Cynthia has a boyfriend? There goes my youth. Oh, it's a ghost story. Never mind. I can confirm I was the guy sitting across from her. The most were skeptical, turning the post into a free-for-all of jokes and satire. But because of the catchy headline, it quickly became the day's top story, surpassing even Lorelei's defeat of Lance. The photographer, however, seemed undeterred, doubling down in the comments. I swear on Rayquaza that this is real. And he's actually pretty good-looking. All right then, Johan muttered, amused. He gave the post a like, tossed in a few coins, and followed the page. At some point, Haunter appeared over Johan's shoulder, snickering. Kaka. Pretty dashing, huh? Why didn't you tell me about the photo? Johan asked, raising an eyebrow. Kaka? Haunter blinked. It's just me in the picture. What's it got to do with you? Ha! He had a point. After scrolling further, Johan found another curious comment. So, not to be nosy, but I also saw them in Rusboro. I even snapped a pic only. Comment had photos attached. And once again, every shot featured Haunter peace sign raised. Johan was momentarily stunned. He turned to Haunter, who was rubbing his chin, frowning at the pictures. Kaka. Not great. This one's okay. That one though, Quietly, Johan raised his phone and took a picture of Vulpix, who was curled up on the couch. Click. But when he looked at the image, he saw Haunter flashing the peace sign yet again. Kaka. This one turned out well. Johan took a few more random photos around the office, and every single shot contained Haunter front and center. Kaka? Putting together a gallery for me? Hang on, let me put on my best look. Johan. What is this, some innate power called always the main character? Where does he get such intense camera presence from? Did Haunter think he was Giratina? Looking over at the framed photo on his desk of him, Cynthia, and their Pokémon at the Eternal Tree, Johan felt somewhat reassured. That picture, at least, was perfectly normal. After the day's exams, Johan submitted an application for the trainer-instructor's evaluation at the academy, a request that, at his Pokémon's constant nudging, he finally couldn't resist. Days slipped by, and autumn in Rusboro was becoming refreshingly cool, especially with Haunter and Vulpix in the house. Johan had already dug out his thicker blankets. Famous actress, I gave your contact info to Lysandra. Johan read the message on his phone and shook his head. In the beginning, he'd been reluctant to get involved with someone like Lysandra, the leader of Team Flare, a man with significant resources and a hidden alliance with the Kalos League. However, after spending time with Giovanni, Johan had come to see things differently. After all, if he was already collecting connections with powerful figures, why stop here? Grain in the field, got it. Whenever he's interested, I'm sure he'll reach out. Famous actress. Thanks for this. Grain in the field, no problem. Actually, there's something you could help me with too. I've been working on a story idea. Famous actress. Let's hear it. Grain in the field, Infernape's battle on Mount Coronet.tixi. Famous actress. Grain in the field, it's an idea I've been toying with. After seeing Haunter binge-watch shows, I thought I'd try my hand at developing it. Maybe you could tell me if it has potential. Famous actress. I'll check it out, but I might not have a response until tomorrow. Grain in the field, no problem. After finishing his conversation with Diantha, Johan leaned back in his chair, stretching. Let's see if this can become a profitable side gig. Johan had toyed with the idea of becoming a script ghostwriter before, but hadn't pursued it since his need for money wasn't that urgent, and he lacked industry connections. But with Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinketink's resource needs ever growing and Diantha as an insider he could trust, the idea seemed worth a try. With the story's draft ready, he figured he might as well give it a shot. If it took off, it could be a good source of income, and if not, he wouldn't lose much. Besides, he had faith in the entertainment standards in this world of Pokémon, so maybe, just maybe, he stood a decent chance. Just as he was settling down to rest, another message popped up. Psychic Girl, Kadabra evolved. Attached was a fresh photo of Alakazam, a psychic-type Pokémon with immense power and an IQ said to reach 5,000. Grain in the field, congrats! Helping trainers and their Pokémon achieve growth and evolution gave Johan a great sense of accomplishment. This marked the second Pokémon to evolve under his guidance, after Cynthia's Milotic. Psychic Girl, you're impressive. I think you're really skilled, so I'm going to recommend you to my boss. Johan chuckled, shaking his head. Even after their brief exchanges, Johan could tell she was a headstrong girl with a slight rebellious streak. He made a mental note, tagging her in his mind as a troublemaker. The boss? Bigger than Giovanni? Johan doubted that. But it had to be said, this psychic girl had some impressive knowledge of psychic-type Pokémon. Her notes on psychic techniques were instrumental in helping Vulpix gradually control its newfound psychic abilities. After some thought, Johan replied with another question. Grain in the field. If I wanted to help my Pokémon strengthen its psychic powers, what would you recommend? Her reply was prompt. Psychic girl. Meditation, obviously. Isn't that common knowledge? JPG? Grain in the field. But what if the Pokémon can't learn the meditation move? Johan remembered that Vulpix couldn't learn meditate. Could, however, once it evolved into Ninetales. Psychic girl, are you kidding? What kind of psychic Pokémon can't use meditation? That's like a dragon-type Pokémon not knowing dragon dance. A bit harsh, Johan thought. Grain in the field? I meant non-psychic Pokémon. Psychic girl. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? After a short pause, another message arrived. Psychic girl. Meditation isn't just a move, it's a state of mind. Anyone can meditate, even ordinary people and Pokémon. But for most dummies, it's not worth the effort. Ouch. That last bit stung a bit. Grain in the field, so you don't actually know? Psychic girl, huh? Just wait and see. It hadn't taken long, but Johan felt he'd already cracked the right way to converse with her. Soon, Psychic girl sent him a document titled 72 Methods of Meditation. Psychic girl, and if you want your Pokémon to develop quickly, you'll want some high-quality psychic seeds. Psychic seeds. These items were typically paired with psychic terrain, boosting the holder's special defense. According to Psychic Girl's guide, using psychic seeds during meditation could amplify the effects. But these weren't cheap. Unlike berries, which had widely available cultivation methods, few knew how to grow psychic seeds. From what Johan knew, psychic seeds ranged from $100 to $1,000 apiece, depending on quality. What's worse, they were single-use items. Johan sighed. If only I could just print Alliance dollars. He paused, rubbing his temples. Or maybe, once the weather clears, I could make a quick stop at the Alliance Bank, he joked darkly. Johan quickly shook off the thought, giving himself a mental slap. What am I thinking? Being around these outlaw types has even got me thinking like one. Psychic girl. By the way, I found something else while flipping through my files, figured you probably wouldn't understand it. Here, you can have it, no need to thank me. Sunglasses.jpg. With that, she went offline. Johan guessed she'd probably gone back to challenging that thing she'd mentioned before. Seeing her second document file made him perk up. 36 Essentials of Dream Manipulation. Was she trying to compete with Steven for biggest source of gifts? Bathroom. Ooh. Vulpix jumped around in the bathroom, huffing out a stream of cold breath and freezing the shower head in place. Johan, grabbing Vulpix by the scruff, promptly ended its little tantrum. All things considered, Vulpix was well-behaved in most aspects, except when it came to baths. They absolutely detested them. Every bath felt like a battle. Fortunately, Johan had long mastered the art of handling it. No matter how much the little guy squirmed, it couldn't escape his grip. He glanced over at Haunter and Tinkadink. Caca. Haunter's body was covered in soap bubbles, most of it submerged as it hummed an off-key tune. Meanwhile, Tinkadink was perched on the tub's edge, scrubbing Haunter's back with its hammer. Then, Tinkadink accidentally slipped into the bath. Plop. With limbs flailing, it paddled desperately to stay afloat. See, Tinkadink's learned how to swim, Johan chuckled. Ooh. Vulpix muttered. But Tinkadink doesn't know how to swim. Caca. Sigma lol. Johan. A few frantic splashes later, Haunter managed to scoop the waterlogged Tinkadink out of the tub. Ooh. Vulpix and Haunter burst into unrestrained laughter as Tinkadink, fully drenched, expelled a blast of water that splashed right onto Vulpix. Ooh. Caca, Haunter laughed harder, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Without another word, Johan stepped into the tub, Vulpix in his arms. Now, no more freezing the bathwater this time, he warned. The last time, Vulpix had accidentally unleashed a chill that froze the whole tub solid, locking Johan, Haunter, and Tinkadink in place for a full 30 minutes before they could break free. Ooh. Its fur soaked and its spirit deflated, Vulpix looked up with an expression that said, "I'm doomed. Tomorrow's that big trainer test you guys keep bugging me about. No baths, no battles." Caca. Haunter gave him a puzzled look. What's a bath got to do with battles? Washes away the bad luck. That way, all your negative moves will hit at double the rate. Johan replied confidently. Caca. Haunter eyed him skeptically. Superstitious much? Then submerged its head in the water, blowing bubbles in the shape of ripples. Plop. Excited by the idea, Tinkadink's eyes sparkled and it jumped back into the tub, causing Johan to scoop it up again. What do you need negative effects for when you've got that hammer? He asked. To Johan, Tinkadink's raw strength alone could take on most opponents. No need for all Haunter's tricks. Chew. The small Pokémon blinked, raising both arms to point with its fingers, which began to glow faintly as it waved them in little circles. Johan's eyebrows shot up. Was that metronome? Since when? As if answering his question, Tinkadink proudly mimicked the voice of a certain Lucario from days earlier. Luca. Cynthia's Lucario? No way. A fighting/steel type trying to learn metronome from a fairy/steel type? The light on Tinkadink's fingers intensified, and Tinkadink used skill swap. Suddenly felt lighter, and nearby, Haunter's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a devilish grin, Haunter shot up out of the water, yelling, Caca. Now it's my time to shine. Johan's eyes went wide. This was bad. Vulpix. Use confusion. Boss. In Viridian City, Kanto, Sabrina entered Team Rocket's base, with an Alakazam holding 2 spoons by her side. Giovanni looked up from his documents, and a faint smile crossed his face when he saw her. Looks like your strength has improved quite a bit. Sabrina barely touched the ground as she floated a little above the floor, shrugging indifferently. I don't even know why. Alakazam and I were always meditating, but he never evolved. Lately, we've been doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and watching shows, and suddenly, bam! He evolved. Giovanni chuckled, appreciating Sabrina's remarkable psychic potential, especially with Alakazam by her side. To Giovanni, she was more than just a strong trainer. She was one of his most promising talents, as he valued and even nurtured the unique potential of his team. So, all this is because of that guy, Grain in the field? Yep. Sabrina looked instantly intrigued at the mention of Johan's alias, crossing her legs mid-air as if seated on an invisible chair. From an early age, she'd been a top-tier psychic with unmatched abilities, resulting in a somewhat eccentric and unapproachable personality. Once, she'd even turned her mother into a doll. This had left her friendless for much of her life, as she regarded most people as too weak or clueless to be worth her time. Except Giovanni, who had earned her respect, and now it seemed this person named Johan. Boss, I think he's good. You're always looking for talent, right? He's definitely got it, she suggested with interest. Oh. Giovanni smiled knowingly, nodding slightly. Understood. Great. Alakazam and I are off to challenge Mewtwo. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. You may want to be careful. Mewtwo's been in a mood lately, Giovanni said vaguely. What do you mean? Giovanni didn't answer directly, but Metori, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses and added, Recently, its power supply was interrupted. Interrupted. Sabrina looked confused but shrugged. Got it. We'll be going now, boss. In unison, her and Alakazam's eyes glowed faintly with a light blue energy, and they disappeared from Giovanni's office. After Sabrina left, Giovanni turned to Metori. Once Mewtwo has vented its frustration, reconnect the lab's power supply. He was genuinely curious to see what effect Johan could have on a force as volatile as Mewtwo. Understood. Metori made a note. Seizing the moment while Giovanni was resting, she hesitated briefly before taking out a small, neatly wrapped box. Boss, I made some macarons. The next morning. For once, Johan woke up naturally, undisturbed by Haunter licking his face, Vulpix freezing him, or Tinkadink accidentally breaking something. This struck him as strange and surprising. He glanced around. Haunter was floating upside down on the ceiling, holding the freshly printed 36 Essentials of Dream Manipulation in one hand with a curse talisman in the other, muttering strange phrases as if in a trance. Vulpix lay on the floor in front of 72 methods of meditation, occasionally closing its eyes with faint pulses of psychic energy emanating from it. Meanwhile, Tinkadink was swinging its hammer with gusto, seemingly unbothered by the restrictive power band, which was having less and less effect on its strength with each passing day. So, everyone's cramming last minute, huh? Johan shook his head, then got up to wash up and prepare breakfast for his three little lords. Quality of their poke blocks had greatly improved lately, and Johan could already sense how the upgraded food was impacting Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink. However, there was a downside. The trio's energy levels were off the charts. Well, today's battle will be a good chance to burn off that energy. Who knows, we might even walk away with some cool prizes. As for taking first place, that was wishful thinking. But a spot in the top 8 and a move learning TM as a prize? That seemed attainable. At Rustboro Academy, the students were in high spirits, having just emerged from the ordeal of midterms. There was nothing more thrilling than watching their own teachers face off against each other in exams, or rather battles. The trainer test was a highly anticipated semesterly event at Rustboro Academy, not only serving as a teacher assessment but also as an opportunity for students to evaluate which instructors to work with. Those nearing graduation would look to strong, experienced teachers to guide them through the next steps, whether for advanced study or preparation for competition. Rustboro Academy's trainer test was also open to the public, making it a massive publicity event for the Academy, especially as the largest Pokémon school in Hoenn. Rustboro Academy boasted its own stadium, the Devon Magma Fuel Arena, which was exclusively reserved for major events such as exams or city tournaments. When Johan arrived at the stadium, he was surprised to find that there were far more participants than expected. Teachers from not only the trainer department but also the breeder, coordination, and strategy departments had joined. Ironically, only a handful of the actual trainer department's instructors were there. After gathering in the main hall, the teachers drew numbers to determine the order of matches. Johan drew number 15, a mid-range position, neither too early nor too late. The administrators then outlined the assessment structure. The battles would cover everything from standard 1v1 elimination matches to double battles and rental battles, essentially testing the instructors' all-around skills. For today, however, they'd begin with simple 1v1 elimination rounds, as there were many participants. 10 a.m., the first round of Rustboro Academy's instructor test officially began. The large stadium had been divided into numerous smaller arenas, allowing multiple matches to take place simultaneously. The student stands were packed, with students cheering for their respective instructors. Over the past months, Johan had gained some recognition within the academy, so when he took the stage, a decent amount of applause greeted him. In the stands, Stephen, Roxanne, and Flannery sat together. So, Mr. Johan signed up. I wonder how far he'll get. Flannery mused with interest. Stephen was confident. Mr. Johan's not just good at tactics, he's definitely strong. But Roxanne shook her head, her expression unusually serious. Under Stephen and Flannery's puzzled gazes, she added, Mr. Johan's strength isn't just not weak, it's very strong. Extremely strong. Huh? Roxanne went on to explain how Johan had once challenged her family's gym. What? Flannery's jaw dropped. He even took down your dad's Sandslash? That was the ace Pokémon of an official gym leader. Roxanne sighed, giving her friend an exasperated look. She couldn't deny it. Yes, Sandslash had indeed been crushed. Steven chuckled, his gaze fixed intently on Johan as he stepped onto the battlefield. Maybe. Mr. Johan's true strength will finally be revealed during this assessment. Johan muttered to himself, Guess that bath trick really worked. His first-round opponent was a delicate-looking lady dressed in a traditional kimono, gently cheering on her Bulbasaur beside her. From the crowd's cheers, Johan quickly gathered that her name was Yuka, the Academy's flower arrangement instructor, and most of her students were gentle, demure girls. This was Yuka's first match, and Johan suddenly found himself in a dilemma. If he went all out, he'd risk upsetting her entire fanbase. "Hey, Vulpix, want to take this one?" Johan whispered, raising a Pokeball. Pokeball remained perfectly still. Vulpix wasn't interested in fighting a weak opponent. Kaka. I'll do it. I'll do it. Haunter's sinister cackle echoed from the shadows. Vulpix didn't want to. Haunter was more than happy to oblige. "Vulpix?" Johan asked again. Kaka. Me. Hello? Can you hear me? Johan sighed. "Well, guess I don't have a choice." Kaka. Haunter thought gleefully. "This is going to be fun." At the referee's signal, the trainers prepared to send out their Pokémon. Go, Bulbasaur! Bulbasaur, the dual-type grass/poison seed Pokémon, took the field, earning it the nickname Garlic Tortoise. Bulba! Johan tossed his own Pokeball. "All right, Tinkadink, you're up." Chew! Omega! With a determined expression, Tinkadink hefted its hammer, ready for action. Haunter? Oh, what adorable Pokémon! This will be such a sweet match. Relieved, Yuka smiled warmly at Johan, who in her mind had kindly chosen a harmless Pokémon. At the referee's signal, the battle began. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip! Two bright green vines shot from beneath Bulbasaur's seed, lashing toward Tinkadink. Johan took a quick glance at Bulbasaur's stats and then commanded, "Tinkadink, use Ice Hammer." Chew! With no hesitation, Tinkadink threw its full strength into the swing, leaping into the air to avoid the Vine Whip. Small Hammer instantly coated in a thick layer of ice, tripling in size. Seeing this, Johan immediately regretted his choice. Bulba, surprised face, winky face. Boom! The entire battlefield trembled as rocks and dust flew everywhere, the impact creating a sizable crater. The stands went dead silent. Tinkadink landed gracefully, slinging its hammer over its shoulder and proudly brushing off its hands as if to say, "Easy job." As the dust cleared, Bulbasaur lay in the center of the pit, eyes swirling in defeat. Bulbasaur! Tears welled up in Yuka's eyes as she rushed to her Pokémon's side. The referee's hand shook as he declared, "The winner is Mr. Johan, from the Pokémon Psychology Department." The audience was stunned. That was savage. Such power. Ruthless Flower Crusher, Teacher Johan. Tinkadink gave a triumphant wave to the crowd, and Johan quickly grabbed it and dashed off the field. Disaster. He knew he'd be on the Academy news boards by afternoon. Honestly, he should have let Haunter take this match. At least Bulbasaur would have gone down a little slower. Teacher Johan, you're pretty ruthless, huh? At a cafe just outside the Academy, Johan, Steven, Roxanne, and Flannery were seated together. To avoid interrupting students' coursework, the Academy scheduled the Instructor assessment on weekends. But for an event like this, students were more than willing to sacrifice a bit of their weekend to witness the spectacle. Hearing Flannery's surprised, slightly teasing comment, Johan could only respond with a helpless smile. What if I said it wasn't intentional? Would you believe me? The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison, but the smiles on their faces revealed their true thoughts. Johan sighed, rubbing his forehead and taking a long sip of coffee. Then he remarked mildly, "Midterms may be over, but the grading's not, and neither are participation scores." Absolutely. The three of them immediately responded in a united, emphatic tone. Finally, Johan was satisfied with their response. "By the way, Teacher Johan, you might not know that Teacher Yuka's cousin is Erica," Roxanne mentioned casually. Erica? The grass-type specialist and gym leader from Celadon City? The floral arrangement instructor at Celadon University? Johan clicked his tongue, momentarily unsure of what to say. Good thing he taught at Rustboro Pokémon Academy and not at Celadon University. I'll make sure to explain things to teacher Yuka sometime. It really wasn't on purpose. Johan sighed. The others glanced at Johan's Pokémon nearby. Haunter and Vulpix were absorbed in their books, while Tinkadink tirelessly swung its hammer with remarkable focus. The sight stirred something in them. Teacher Johan's rapid growth and skill must have been fueled by effort they could barely imagine. Oh, right, Stephen. Yes. You probably have some rare metals at home, right? I'd like to order a small batch if it's possible. Stephen was momentarily taken aback, then flashed a sunny smile and waved it off. Teacher Johan, don't worry about it. I'll have a ton delivered to your house. Cough, cough. Johan almost choked on his coffee at Stephen's generosity. A ton? Tinkadink might be so excited that it'd end up tearing the house apart. No need for that much, and I can't just take it for free. Stephen rubbed the rim of his coffee cup, looking slightly troubled. Rare metals typically start at 1-ton orders. Johan was speechless. Let's do this. I'll allocate a portion of my own to you. My Agrin and the others don't finish it anyway. As for the price, teacher, you can just pay me the base cost. Otherwise, I'd have trouble explaining it to my father. Johan soon realized that even at cost price, the metals were still quite expensive. Then again, Devon's metals were among the highest quality available in the entire Pokémon world. Also, do any of you know where I could find some high-quality psychic seeds? Johan added. It was possible to buy psychic seeds online, but they were not only expensive but also generally of average quality. Psychic seeds, perhaps Old Man Ramos might have some. I could check for you, teacher, Roxanne suggested. Old Man Ramos, the grass-type gym leader from the Kalos region, was known as the old tree that still blooms and owned a vast farm. His strength was also quite formidable, likely nearing the level of an Elite Four. Thank you very much. No need to be so formal, teacher. Famous actress. I showed the script to a talented director I know. He had 2 words to say. Back home, Johan saw a message from Diantha. Famous actress. He said it's amazing. 2 words? Famous actress. But he also mentioned that it would be a challenging production. Of course. If they were to follow Johan's script exactly, the difficulty would be far beyond average. Mount Coronet, for instance, wasn't a place one could easily access, let alone set up scenes or gather large groups of Pokémon and trainers. Not to mention, would filming on Mount Coronet's summit attract the llama? Invite the llama to watch a movie? Or to join the cast? Johan shook his head and quickly replied. Grain in the field. That's something I hadn't initially considered. My suggestion is, maybe let's shelve it for now? Famous actress, that's probably best. Grain in the field. I'll make some revisions and try again. Putting his phone down, Johan called out to his Pokémon lounging in the living room. Dinner's ready! After dinner, Johan summoned Vulpix. Hoo-woo. The little fox obediently sat in front of him, its large blue eyes blinking up at him. Thanks to Johan's training, Vulpix was now leagues ahead of the shy, timid creature it had been when they first met. Its coat gleamed, its health was visibly improved, and its timid nature had softened. Though still cautious, it rarely lost control of its powers. Today, we'll work on strengthening hypnosis. Hoo-woo. Vulpix's eyes sparkled. The hypnosis technique of the House of Johan? So cute. Johan seized the chance to ruffle the soft white fur on Vulpix's head, leaving it adorably tousled. Hoo-woo. Vulpix pouted, pawing at its fur and licking its paws in an attempt to smooth it out. Johan chuckled softly, then cleared his throat when Vulpix shot him an annoyed look. Ahem, back to business. Now, while you've learned a lot from Haunter, remember that you're different from it. Don't go down the fear path. Try guiding your target's thoughts to pleasant things instead. Hoo-woo. Vulpix tilted its head. Pleasant things? Nightmares might shock an opponent, but a good dream, it can draw them in. As Vulpix listened intently, Johan explained the concept of beautiful dreams or sweet dreams. Haunter's approach was to exploit an opponent's fears, while sweet dreams focused on what the opponent desired most. Why don't you try using hypnosis on me? After a moment of hesitation, Vulpix's eyes began to glow with a faint psychic energy. Oh woo! Vulpix had learned quite a bit from Haunter's hypnosis techniques, such as creating settings and simulating vivid scenarios. Gradually, as Johan fell under the influence of the move, a melody seemed to play in his ears. He found himself at a grand white chapel dressed in a crisp suit. To a jubilant tune, a woman in a white wedding dress holding a bouquet walked slowly toward him. Huh? Was this a wedding? Golden hair floated beneath a delicate veil as she shyly lifted her face and revealed Haunter's twisted, grinning face. Ah! Johan snapped awake with a start. Ka 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 ka. In the air beside him, Haunter was rolling around laughing hysterically. Vulpix, use confusion, teach it a lesson. Oh! Vulpix wrinkled its nose, looking thoroughly annoyed. It had nearly pulled off the perfect hypnosis until Haunter ruined it. Eyes narrowing, it released a burst of psychic energy, launching Haunter straight into the wall. Ka ka. Vulpix, I've been meaning to tell you, Reflect can also be used offensively. Try pinning Haunter against the wall with Reflect. Vulpix's eyes glowed with psychic energy as an invisible barrier materialized, pressing Haunter into the wall like a Haunter pancake. Ka ka. So love does fade. Haunter couldn't break through Reflect, though it soon phased through the wall and reappeared, sparring playfully with Vulpix. Tinkadink gently tugged at Johan's pant leg. Chew. Is there an advanced way to use hammer sleep? Johan was momentarily stumped, though an idea struck him. Swing. Chew. Tinkadink's eyes sparkled in realization. Hold on, I was just talking, what did it understand? In any case, nightmares, sweet dreams, and physical force should cover most psychological needs. Perfect. Just then the phone rang. Johan stepped out onto the balcony to take his usual sleep counseling calls. Caw-caw. Haunter poked its head down from the ceiling, beckoning to Tinkadink with a conspiratorial grin. Chew. Tinkadink, who had been mentally cataloging things in the house it could smash without Johan getting mad, looked up. Haunter's eyes glinted mischievously. Caw-caw. Hey, let's try that move again. Chew. Tinkadink blinked, then remembered. Chew. Metronome? Caw-caw-caw-caw. Haunter nodded, its grin growing even wider. After a moment's hesitation, Tinkadink set down its hammer. Chew. All right. Haunter's eyes gleamed with excitement. Caw-caw-caw-caw. Let's get rolling. Time for chaos. But suddenly, Haunter and Tinkadink froze in place. They turned slowly and saw Vulpix smiling innocently at them. Hoo-woo. The next morning, Sunday. Today was day 2 of the Instructor assessments, and according to the Academy's schedule, the top 16 would be decided today, with the remaining rounds taking place the following weekend. Johan arrived at school bright and early, only to find out that, due to the uneven number of participants, he'd received a very lucky bye round. 31 teachers remained, and he just happened to be the lucky 31st person. I feel like today's my day to buy a lottery ticket. Afternoon. Having advanced to the top 16 thanks to a bye, meaning he didn't need to participate in the assessment, Johan could only take his 3 little Pokémon to the training grounds to burn off their energy. If he didn't wear them out a bit more, either he or his home would bear the consequences. He'd already learned this hard lesson the hard way. But since he switched to a new energy cube formula, the 3 little ones were even more energetic, so Johan had no choice but to gradually increase their training intensity. Even so, every day at home still turned into a chaotic scene. He constantly worried that Haunter might one day coax Tinkadink into using metronome, hoping for the ridiculously rare chance to trigger skill swap. Being a trainer is so hard. Little Growly, sorry it's taken me so long to reach out again. I was suddenly sent to school and couldn't get my phone. Seeing the message pop up on his phone, Johan collected his thoughts. Running away, skipping classes, this kid's problems seemed to be getting worse. But since kids in the Pokémon world can travel alone from age 10, it didn't feel completely strange. Grain in the field, school? What school? Little Growly, the Pokémon Research Academy. Johan knew of the school. It was rather unique. Located in the Kanto region, it's known for strict discipline, although it has an extensive curriculum, if a bit rigid in his view. Curriculum overemphasized Pokémon-type advantages. The reason it's special, however, is that graduates can skip the gym challenge for badges and go straight to the Pokémon League competition. However, its graduation rate is very low. It's a classic academy-style school. Little Growly, haha, don't worry about me. Today my partner and I got recommended to join a big company. We'll soon have jobs and be able to earn our own money. A big company? Going in to turn screws? This actually reassured Johan. Most of the time, those who ran away or dropped out discovered society's difficulties soon enough and would realize the comfort of home or the benefits of school. Of course, there were always exceptions. Grain in the field, then I wish you luck. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Or if you feel uncomfortable in Kanto, you can always come to Hoenn for a change of scenery. After a moment's pause, the reply finally came in. Little Growly, thank you. The other person's profile icon quickly dimmed. Though there wasn't much exchange, Johan felt that this person wasn't bad. If anything, they seemed a bit naive. Putting away his phone, Johan heard a loud clang, clang, clang nearby. Tinkadink was swinging its hammer, sweating profusely in the sun. Yesterday, the rare metal he had requested from Steven had arrived. Although Tinkadink was hammering a piece of metal only about palm-sized, its weight was astonishing. According to Steven, this metal was developed by Devon Corporation to mimic Agron's armor. It had high density and was balanced in weight, hardness, and malleability. Normally, Tinkadink could fuse any metal into its hammer in minutes, but today it had been at it all afternoon without success. But seeing its enthusiasm, Johan decided not to intervene. Let it keep hammering. Hopefully, it would fall asleep on the way home, giving him some peace. The instructor's assessment brought a hint of excitement to an otherwise calm weekend. But once the weekend was over, things seemed to return to the usual pace. Wednesday. Johan clicked his mouse, submitting his students' midterm grades and class participation scores. Finishing that, he let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, I managed to pull everyone up. Of course, some scores were better than others, but his students had been well behaved in class, so their participation scores were good. With Johan's help, even the underperformers managed to reach passing grades. I really am a good teacher. Feeling good, he made himself a cup of coffee. Just as he took a sip, his phone rang. It was a call from Officer Jenny of the Kanaz Police Department. Johan didn't hesitate and answered immediately. Hello, Officer Jenny? It's Johan. Wind howled through the phone along with the hum of traffic. She seemed to be in a vehicle. Mr. Johan, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we could use your help. Help? Johan blinked. He had still been going to the Kanaz Police Department to calm down frenzied Pokémon whenever he was free. But recently, things had been improving, with fewer frenzied Pokémon being brought in. Although Johan lost some income because of it, he felt it was a good thing. After all, it meant fewer wild Pokémon were getting hurt. And Officer Jenny had never actively called him for help before. Is there some trouble? It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll be at your school entrance shortly. Please come with me and I'll explain on the way. After that, she hung up. At the school gate? The urgency in Officer Jenny's voice suggested that this was serious. Johan didn't hesitate much longer and called out. Haunter, Vulpix, Tinkadink, stop playing. We've got a mission. He gathered the 3 little ones and headed quickly to the academy's entrance. "Mr. Johan, get in!" At the Kanaz Academy gate, Officer Jenny pulled up in an open-top jeep. The moment she saw him, she called him over. As soon as he got in, the car sped off. So fast! Johan was thrown against the seat, quickly fastening his seatbelt and gripping the door handle. What's going on? A large group of frenzied wild Pokémon has appeared in Petalburg Woods. A farm has been attacked and damaged. Officer Jenny's face was grave, her hands gripping the wheel tightly as she floored the accelerator. Cars on the road made way, allowing her to speed up even more. Johan's expression grew serious. A large group of frenzied wild Pokémon? Officer Jenny went on. We don't know the cause yet. 2 of my colleagues patrolling the area have already gone there, but we've lost contact with them. Did seem serious. Johan opened his mouth. It's urgent, but could we maybe slow down a little? With Officer Jenny's high-speed driving, they soon reached the southern suburbs of Kanaz City. Further south was the famous Petalburg Woods, the largest forest area in all of Hoenn. It housed a large number of wild Pokémon of varying strengths. The weaker ones couldn't even escape a bug catcher's net, while stronger ones could even challenge a gym leader. They stopped the car. A bit shaky, Johan climbed out, his face pale. Officer Jenny approached an elderly farm couple dressed in farming clothes. With them were a Houndoom and a Mewtwo. In the distance, he could faintly hear crashing and rumbling sounds. After listening to the farm couple's description, Officer Jenny's expression grew more serious, and Johan finally regained some composure. Sorry about that, Mr. Johan. Seeing his state, Officer Jenny quickly apologized. Johan waved it off. Scanning his surroundings, he said, It can't be just us 2, right? He asked, slightly stunned. A whole horde of frenzied wild Pokémon. Were the 2 of them expected to handle it? Support is on the way, Officer Jenny said. Relieved, Johan sighed. Good. But we need to assess the situation, at least to confirm my 2 colleagues' condition. Her expression was somber. Then, she removed 2 Pokeballs from her belt and tossed them out. A majestic Arcanine and an adorable Houndour appeared by her side. They clearly knew Johan, giving him a friendly bark. The little Houndour even ran up to Johan, tongue out, tail wagging. Seeing this, Johan chuckled, crouched down, and expertly popped 2 energy cubes into Houndour's mouth, receiving an affectionate face-washing in return. Johan also summoned Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink. Caw-caw! Haunter grinned, pulling a spooky face at Arcanine and Growlithe. Growlithe immediately zeroed in on Vulpix, running over with its tongue out and looking very eager. But Vulpix hid behind Johan, not paying it much mind. Only Tinkadink seemed drowsy, like it hadn't slept enough. There wasn't much time for playing around. With signals from Johan and Officer Jenny, the Pokémon settled down. Together, they cautiously approached the farm. Once they reached a patch of bushes, they finally saw the farm's current state. Pokémon, all wild Pokémon. There were at least 30 to 40. Leading them was a strong-looking Shiftry. The wild Pokémon were rampaging through the farm, destroying crops. Trampled berries littered the ground. They could even see more wild Pokémon coming in from Petalburg Woods. This many? Both Johan and Officer Jenny were surprised. The intel Officer Jenny had received hadn't indicated such numbers. Seeing the trampled berries on the ground, Haunter looked pained. Caw-caw! What a waste! Suddenly, the Shiftry standing on the rooftop perked up its ears and turned its gaze toward the bushes where Johan and Officer Jenny were hiding. Dote! Shiftry waved its fan-like hand, immediately sending an air cutter attack their way. Johan and Officer Jenny's faces both changed. Caw-caw! Haunter reacted the fastest, quickly creating a shadow ball to intercept. Boom! Collision of the 2 moves created a loud impact, instantly drawing the attention of all the frenzied wild Pokémon in the farm. Johan whispered, how long until support arrives? Officer Jenny's face remained serious. Soon. Johan. Even with support arriving soon, Johan and Officer Jenny were facing at least 30 frenzied wild Pokémon. Among them were powerful ones like Shiftry. Shiftry, a dual-type grass/dark Pokémon, typically resides in remote, densely forested mountain regions. In some isolated areas, tales are told of bird Pokémon that committed evil deeds and were punished by the gods, having their beaks and wings replaced. It evolves from Nuzleaf, needing the precious leaf stone for its transformation. Dote! Noticing Johan and Officer Jenny, the Shiftry saw its attack blocked by Haunter, which only intensified the red in its eyes. It immediately stomped on the roof with both feet, cracking it as it leaped toward Johan and Jenny. With a swing of its arms, 2 large, sharp leaves sliced rapidly through the air. Razor Leaf. Vulpix Aurora Beam. Haunter Nasty Plot. Ooh! Vulpix leaped out of the bushes, opened its mouth slightly, and fired a silvery beam from its mouth, freezing the large leaves with frost as they traveled through the air. Chew! At Johan's signal, Tinkadink gripped its hammer and swung, shattering the frozen leaves before they reached them. Meanwhile, Haunter completed its Nasty Plot boost. Arcanine Flamethrower. On the other side, Officer Jenny ordered her Arcanine to release a blazing column of fire at the wild Pokémon closing in due to Shiftry's lead. Most of the Pokémon here were from Petalburg Woods, many with grass-type attributes, so Arcanine's flames proved quite intimidating. Johan's gaze alternated between Shiftry's and Arcanine's Pokédex entries. Arcanine. Type Fire. Ability Justified. Moves known: Extreme Speed, Play Rough, Fire Fong, Flare Blitz, Howl, Helping Hand, Crunch, Payback, Reversal, Flamethrower, Flame Wheel. Mood: Excited, Nervous, It seems we're surrounded. Status: Excellent, might have eaten a bit too much at lunch. Friendliness: 30, it also likes Vulpix. Johan glanced at Arcanine. He hadn't expected Arcanine to like Vulpix too. Unlike the more obvious affection of Growlithe, though, Arcanine's interest was subtle. It gave Johan the feeling of a daughter eyed by 2 golden retrievers. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such things, though. More concerning was Arcanine's ability. Justified. Dote! Shiftry noticed Arcanine's flames obstructing its path and swung out 2 air cutter attacks to extinguish part of the fire. But in Johan's eyes, this move was a golden opportunity. Even while frenzied, it retained some reason. With this in mind, he issued his command. Haunter Will-O-Wisp. Vulpix Nasty Plot. Haunter gave a sinister grin, raised its claws, and conjured 3 dark greenish-blue flames. It hurled them toward Shiftry, taking advantage of the pause as it swung Air Cutter. Caca! Don't get distracted, you brute! SSS. The Will-O-Wisp hit Shiftry, leaving blackened scorch marks on it and inflicting a burn status. Dote! The injured Shiftry roared and lunged toward Johan and Haunter. A faint white mist began to swirl around Shiftry's body, which rapidly spun, transforming it into a massive tornado. Hurricane. The sheer scale of the hurricane showed that Shiftry was a powerful wild Pokémon. Moreover, its grass/dark type restricted Haunter's potential. Thrall Haunter was more skilled in ghost moves than poison moves. But Shiftry was vulnerable to ice, making Vulpix the main attacker here. Vulpix, Icy Wind. Make that storm ours. Johan's voice was calm as he directed the battle. Vulpix, having just finished its Nasty Plot, looked a bit worried. Was one Nasty Plot boost enough? Yet, under Johan's command, it didn't hesitate. Ooh! Snowfall activated. Temperature dropped, and sparkling snowflakes began to fall. The never-melt ice around Vulpix's neck glowed faintly, surrounding it in a light mist. Snow began to mix with the spinning hurricane. As Vulpix blew out another icy wind to add strength, the frigid wind howled, sharp as a blade. The intense hurricane began to morph into a blizzard. A layer of frost covered Shiftry, its body stiffening slightly, yet burning with pain from its burn wounds. Psychic, send it back. Johan narrowed his eyes. Oh! Vulpix's eyes shone with psychic power. While psychic moves didn't affect dark types like Shiftry, they worked on the hurricane. This? Officer Jenny was stunned. Turning an opponent's move against them? A man-made blizzard? But she didn't have time to marvel for long, as the wild Pokémon horde was closing in. 2 Ursaring charged toward them, eyes blood-red, as if they were in a Galarian rampage. Arcanine double kick. Meanwhile, Tinkadink, looking innocent and harmless, blinked its pure eyes, ignored by some wild Pokémon. However, when a Zigzagoon dashed past Tinkadink, wham! As the Zigzagoon later recounted, Do-kung! It roughly meant it didn't even have time to react before something heavy struck the back of its head, making it feel like its brains were about to spill out. Never suspected Tinkadink. Its harmless appearance and tiny hammer made it difficult to stay on guard. Frenzied Pokémon aren't easily hypnotized, as their minds are too scattered to relax. But Tinkadink had no such issues. Whether they listen or not didn't matter, one smack and they were all out cold. When 4 Pokémon were down around Tinkadink, though, its innocent guise was finally lost. So it swung freely. At that moment, Tinkadink became a warrior, even earning a nickname from Officer Jenny's Houndour, Hammer Sister. Its hammer. One touch meant injury, one strike meant defeat. On the other hand, Arcanine faced significant trouble. Most of the stronger wild Pokémon were drawn to Arcanine. After forcing its opponents back with a flamethrower, Arcanine retreated to Officer Jenny's side. Arcanine. Officer Jenny quickly took out a healing spray to treat its wounds. If this continued, they really wouldn't hold out much longer. Johan, also aware of Jenny and Arcanine's situation, couldn't help but ask again. Is the support still not here? Soon, it should be soon, Jenny said, sounding uncertain. Johan. He took a deep breath. Then said in a low voice, Officer Jenny, would you let me command Arcanine? HM? Jenny was taken aback. Johan was already commanding Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink. Coordinating 3 Pokémon seemed smooth enough, but adding another wasn't just a simple +1. Yet, Jenny nodded after a moment. All right. Johan then turned to the elderly farm couple, who were watching with concern, eager to help but afraid of causing trouble. Sir, could you send Houndour over to help? Houndour? Wouldn't Houndoom be of more help? Jenny grew increasingly curious. But trusting Johan, she didn't object. Seeing her acceptance, the elderly couple sent Houndour over. The inexperienced Houndour was a bit scared. After Johan gave it an energy cube, it felt much better. Houndour used beat up on Arcanine. Johan patted its head and instructed. Arcanine. Beat up, a dark-type move that gathers allies to launch a team attack. Power depends on the attacker's strength, and the more allies that join, the more strikes it lands. Arcanine's ability was Justified. Justified boosts attack stat when hit by a dark-type move, triggering with each strike in a multi-strike attack. However, this ability is tricky to use in most battles, as the opponent's moves and types aren't within one's control. Taking hits from the enemy to boost your power comes at a high cost. In fact, some of the damage Arcanine had sustained was from Jenny's and Arcanine's previous attempts to risk it. But timing, moves, and move strength were hard to control. But if the attacks came from your own Pokémon, it was a different story. This was why Johan chose the weaker Houndour instead of the stronger Houndoom. This is the core of the beat-up strategy. Combining the move Beat Up with the Justified ability can instantly max out the attack stat of a Pokémon with Justified. Although it wasn't a pure beat-up team, the core principle was the same. In fact, in a field battle, the beat-up team was often more effective than in formal matches. Oh, whoa! Arcanine's Justified ability triggered, nearly maxing out its attack. With a single Flare Blitz, it knocked out a Mitaina that had been causing it trouble. Is this Johan's tactical skill? Under such limited conditions, he'd created a core tactic. Yet, Jenny didn't know that the beat-up team could be enhanced further, making the strategy even more robust. Too bad Vulpix still hadn't learned Aurora Veil, or it would have been even more reliable. Of course, pairing it with a prankster Whimsicott would be even better. But although the tactic wasn't perfect, it was more than enough for a horde of frenzied wild Pokémon. Tinkadink ride Arcanine. Chew. Tinkadink jumped onto Arcanine's back, ice forming on its hammer as it transformed into a giant hammer. Arcanine extreme speed. Tinkadink ice hammer. Clean up the field. In no time, Arcanine dealt damage while Tinkadink delivered finishing blows, turning their disadvantage around quickly. Meanwhile, Dote. Even in its frenzied state, Shiftry showed a hint of astonishment as it watched its own hurricane morph gradually into a blizzard. Under Vulpix's psychic enhancement, the blizzard spun faster and faster, drawing in more snow and ice particles. Ooh. Controlling the snow and ice, Vulpix tilted its head slightly. So this is what it feels like to control a blizzard. The fierce, icy winds covered Shiftry in a layer of frost. The bone-chilling cold snapped Shiftry out of its momentary daze, and a dark glow surged over its body. Its speed shot up, and it rushed towards Haunter, who was closer. Sucker Punch. Using the speed boost from Sucker Punch, Shiftry managed to evade the very center of the blizzard. However, under Johan's command, Haunter smirked and quickly disappeared underground. Shiftry reacted swiftly, immediately redirecting its target to Vulpix. This pivot in its Sucker Punch showed that its strength was indeed formidable, with a mastery of moves far superior to that of a typical wild Pokémon. Ooh! But with this change of direction, the speed advantage from Sucker Punch was lost. A shimmer of psychic light appeared in Vulpix's eyes. An invisible, transparent barrier appeared between Vulpix and Shiftry. Bam! Shiftry had no time to react and crashed headlong into the Reflect barrier. As a dark type, it belatedly sensed the presence of the Reflect wall. However, as it got up to try to find a way around the Reflect barrier, bam! Crashed into the hard, steel-like transparent wall again. This time, Shiftry was genuinely puzzled. It reached out to feel the surface. It was solid. Then it felt the top, the left side, and the right side. Dote? What? Who made a Reflect barrier this big? Ooh. Vulpix let out a small sigh. That was close, just by a hair. Shiftry was now more than 5 meters away from it. Johan glanced at Vulpix with an odd expression, because he noticed that Vulpix had unconsciously built a snowman right in front of it, an exact one-to-one replica of itself. Even if Shiftry had managed to break through the Reflect wall, its target would likely only be this snowman decoy. Has it made so many snowmen that it's instinctive now? And besides, with Shiftry being burned, its physical attack was greatly reduced, and with Reflect and the defense boost from the snow condition, being cautious never hurts. Seizing the moment of Shiftry's confusion, Johan quickly issued a command. Vulpix Aurora Beam. Ooh! Vulpix focused, its mouth slightly open as a silver beam tinged with a hint of blue shot out, covering Shiftry, already frosted over, with a thick layer of ice crystals. The power was almost as strong as an ice beam. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Shiftry had turned into an ice sculpture. Haunter, who had just peeked out from underground, shrank back. Caw-caw. Guess I'm just here for support. Vulpix, that's enough. Save your strength to freeze other Pokémon. Johan couldn't help but say. Ooh. Vulpix nodded solemnly, noticing that the ice around Shiftry was already 3 to 4 meters thick. But it thought to itself, if only it had a stronger ice move, it could freeze things even more solidly. Aurora Beam still seemed a bit lacking. With Haunter and Vulpix joining forces along with Arcanine and Tinkadink's teamwork, and with powerful wild Pokémon like Shiftry and Mytiana out of the way, the remaining wild Pokémon, even in a frenzy, couldn't withstand the onslaught. Seeing the defeated wild Pokémon lying around, Arcanine couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl. Oh, whoa! Stop pulling. You're going to pull all my fur out. Chew. Only now did Tinkadink realize what it had been doing. It released Arcanine's mane from its grip. But it already had a handful of golden fur in its hand. Embarrassed, Tinkadink scratched its head. Chew. It was like that already. Do you believe me? Oh, Tinkadink scampered off, and Haunter approached. It looked at Arcanine in surprise. Caw-caw. Why is your fur falling out? Are you malnourished? Oh, TT. Officer Jenny, did you guys handle all this? When the support team finally arrived and saw the scene of devastation, with at least 40 wild Pokémon lying incapacitated, a Kanaz Alliance officer gulped and asked. Officer Jenny shook her head solemnly. But before the young officer could breathe a sigh of relief, Officer Jenny added. More or less, but Johan pretty much handled it all on his own. On his own? Officer Jenny gave a wry smile. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it either. Especially with that shiftry. But what piqued Officer Jenny's interest even more was Johan's beat-up tactic. For now, though, she needed to address the immediate situation. The farm had suffered extensive damage, but the Alliance would cover compensation, so there was no need to worry too much. Thanks to Johan and Jenny's timely arrival, the two colleagues who had gone missing earlier were found, albeit unconscious and with minor injuries. Meanwhile, Johan sat on a fallen tree. Next to him, Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink sat neatly in a row, each munching on energy cubes to restore their strength. Johan was deep in thought. Clearly, there had to be a reason for the wild Pokémon rampage in Petalburg Woods. And most likely, if they traced the path of these Pokémon back, they might find some clues. However, Johan kept this thought to himself. After all, Officer Jenny was a professional Alliance officer with a long family history in the field, so she likely had far more experience and a more comprehensive plan than he did. As expected. Before Johan could think much further, Officer Jenny had already begun organizing teams to search Petalburg Woods for any traces. Ooh. Having finished its energy cubes, Vulpix hopped to the ground and blew a puff of cold air at a nearby rock. Whoosh! The icy breath formed a tiny snow tornado but quickly dissipated. Vulpix tilted its head in puzzlement. Undeterred, it blew another puff of icy breath and used its psychic powers to maintain the swirling cold. Under its psychic control, the snow tornado gradually grew larger. But as soon as its psychic power stopped, the snow tornado would dissipate again. Hoo! Vulpix scratched its head, confused. What was going wrong? Just then, a hand patted its head. Blizzard isn't so easy to learn. It was Johan, crouching beside it with a smile. Blizzard is a move with a high power rating of 110. Although its accuracy is a bit low, it's one of the most powerful ice-type moves. If Vulpix could learn Blizzard this way, Johan would begin to suspect Haunter had passed on its genius system to the little fox. But if Vulpix could indeed master Blizzard, with its snow warning ability, it would be impressive. Under snow conditions, Blizzard gains a significant accuracy boost. Of course, Johan was somewhat relieved Vulpix hadn't learned it. Otherwise, one Blizzard from Vulpix and his house would be gone. Ooh. Vulpix drooped its head. It's all right, there'll be other chances. We can start with other moves. Before Johan could finish, Vulpix regained its confidence. It opened its mouth. A blue beam shot out, instantly freezing a nearby rock into an ice crystal. Wait! Ice Beam. In his view, Ice Beam gradually appeared in the move list for Vulpix's Pokédex entry. Johan? It learned it? Hoo! Start with this move? Vulpix looked up at Johan with innocent eyes. Cough. Johan cleared his throat and said seriously. Well, Ice Beam may not be the same as Blizzard, but you did a great job. Johan, thank you so much for this. On the way back, Officer Jenny expressed her gratitude earnestly. although it looks like we'll need you again to calm these Pokémon down. With Tinkadink nestled in his arms, Johan chuckled and said, "It's part of the job. 40 frenzied Pokémon, that's a payout of at least 40,000 Alliance dollars. Though it barely covers the cost of raising his 3 Pokémon, it's still a decent sum. The key thing is, since this was a serious incident, Johan suggested submitting a reimbursement request. Professor Jenny found this reasonable. Through all, technically speaking, Johan was under the investigation department and essentially a partner of theirs. Oh, by the way," Officer Jenny continued, "Johan, that beat-up strategy you used with Arcanine, could you tell me more about it?" "Well, what we used was just the tip of the iceberg. You know the core, combining the move beat up with the ability justified, but Johan explained a few additional tactics that could enhance the strategy's effectiveness. Not only could it be used in field battles, but it could also apply in real matches or tournaments, especially in double battles or team battles. For example, pairing it with a Whimsicott would add a lot of flexibility. Or Pokémon like Dragapult, Indeedee, Durant, Amoonguss, or Eiscue could improve the team's versatility." As he explained the unique roles of each, Officer Jenny's eyes lit up more and more. She nodded enthusiastically, clearly impressed. In short, the core of this tactic is fixed, but other elements like counterbalance, support, secondary, or even tertiary cores are quite adaptable. It's an exceptionally versatile strategy. Professor Jenny wholeheartedly agreed. And a new idea had already started forming in her mind. Out on the open sea near the Hoenn region, inside the cabin of a large wooden sailing ship. "Master," a young man with short dark green hair walked in, holding a report with a slightly puzzled expression. Drake looked up from playing with a Swablu. "It's a reimbursement report from Mr. Johan sent by the Kanaz Police Department, along with information on the recent wild Pokémon rampage in Petalburg Woods." Drake paused, then burst into a hearty laugh. "Johan, huh? Let me see." Taking the documents, he skimmed over them, and his expression soon mirrored that of his disciple Fitzwilliam, who had brought him the report. As if confirming what he read, he asked, "He used 500 citrus berries, 300 pecha berries, and 200 sherry berries in a single battle? Is his Pokémon a Snorlax?" Fitzwilliam pressed his lips together, his mouth twitching slightly as he replied, "Mr. Johan says his Haunter's appetite rivals that of a Snorlax and would be even more outrageous if it were allowed to eat freely. He has also taken into account the burden on the League." Drake raised an eyebrow. "Then what about these 50 potions, 30 super potions, 5 full restores, and 10 antidotes? What's that all about?" Fitzwilliam blinked at his master, Drake, the two of them staring at each other in silence. Finally, Fitzwilliam forced himself to explain. "Apparently, Mr. Johan's Vulpix sustained considerable injuries while fighting a particularly powerful Shiftry." Drake put the reimbursement report down on the table, deciding not to read further, and simply asked, "Is there more?" "Yes. Mr. Johan says that calming down the frenzied wild Pokémon that remain will require a lot of energy, so he hopes." Fitzwilliam paused before continuing. "If possible, he could be provided with some nutritional drinks, moo milk, or even technical machines. Failing that, a few more berries would do." Drake repeated, "A few more berries would do," and then laughed. "This guy. Did he actually take on 50 or 60 wild Pokémon alone?" "Well, yes, pretty much." After choosing his words carefully, Fitzwilliam continued. "The report says that in the Petalburg Woods rampage, Mr. Johan almost single-handedly faced 40 or so wild Pokémon, including strong ones like Shiftry and Mytiana." Drake's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up another report and skimmed it, paying particular attention to the entries on the stronger wild Pokémon like Shiftry and Mytiana, which left him looking a bit surprised. He'd met Johan as well as his Pokémon. At the time, though, Johan hadn't left Drake with any impression regarding his strength. "His improvement is quite fast," Drake murmured. "Master," Should we ask Mr. Johan to revise this reimbursement report a bit? Fitzwilliam suggested. Such an expense would never get approved by the league, especially with champion Phoebe handling the finances. Revise it? Revise what? Drake's eyes widened. Slam. He slapped his hand on the desk. I'm approving this report as it is. Really? Fitzwilliam's expression went blank. With a smile, Drake handed the report back to Fitzwilliam and said, Add a 0 to every number on this report, then send it to Phoebe. Didn't we encounter a storm and an attack not too long ago? Just report it as such. This was Drake's specialty, increasing benefits for his investigators through reimbursements. The hardships they experienced were well worth such benefits. Recently, he had found a new route for reimbursements. Thursday, clear skies. After work, Johan took his 3 Pokémon to the supermarket, bought a variety of ingredients, and planned a feast for them that evening. On the way home, Kaka, Haunter, carrying 2 big bags of groceries, looked curious. Was today a special occasion to splurge like this? Johan chuckled and said, V me 50. Kaka. What? Then Johan added, No, it's not any special occasion. There's nothing to commemorate or celebrate, I just felt like it. Sometimes life is like an impromptu trip. You don't need too many reasons or excuses. When you feel like doing something, you do it. Life may seem calm on the surface, but it's really made up of countless small, ordinary moments. Haunter gave a nod, half understanding. To Haunter, the reason wasn't important. What mattered was living together with Johan and, of course, tonight's feast. With that thought, Haunter floated around excitedly. When they arrived downstairs, a familiar Dragonite sat by the flower bed, holding a small flower and sniffing it gently with closed eyes. Caw-caw. Haunter snickered quietly, trying to sneak up on it. But Dragonite's antenna twitched, and it quickly noticed Johan and Haunter, standing up and hiding the flower behind its back. Woo, Omega. Its cheeks turned pink. But it remembered its purpose, patting its bag to indicate it had a delivery for Johan. Judging by the size, it seemed to be quite a large delivery. Is this the reimbursement? Johan's eyes brightened. Champion Drake, you really get me. Inviting Dragonite to join them, Johan and Haunter led it upstairs. One by one, Dragonite pulled the items from its bag, piling them into a small mountain in the room. Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink looked on, drooling. Didn't he say there was nothing to celebrate? Isn't this like hitting the jackpot? Woo, Dragonite wiped its forehead after unloading everything. Johan promptly handed it a handful of energy cubes. Looking around, Dragonite glanced at Johan before happily popping the cubes into its mouth. Dragonite? How about staying for dinner? I made plenty, Johan offered with a smile. Woo. Dragonite looked at the time and, though tempted, had to refuse because of its duties. No worries, there'll be other chances. Next time, if you schedule my delivery last, I'll treat you to dinner. Johan patted the somewhat disappointed Dragonite, feeling its smooth, chubby scales. Gotta say, it felt nice. He handed it another box of energy cubes. Woo! Wait. No need to get so excited. Dragonite! Crack. If Haunter and the others hadn't escaped the mountain of supplies in time, Johan might have been crushed by Dragonite's enthusiastic hug. Watching Dragonite fly away from the balcony, Johan rubbed his shoulder and sighed. These powerhouse rookies, they're really something else. Then Johan got to work. Haunter helped Vulpix and Tinkadink organize the supplies. I'll start on dinner. With such a large reimbursement, Haunter and the others would be well stocked for a while. He'd even recently exchanged contact info with the elderly couple from the farm so he could buy ordinary berries from them at good quality and a lower price. Dinner's ready. A table full of delicious food filled the room with an enticing aroma. Haunter and the others didn't need to be called. They were already seated around the table, waiting. But they didn't dare start eating without Johan's permission. Click. After snapping a picture and posting it online, Johan finally said, "Well then, let's dig in. Caca. Oh. Chew. He eats cabbage, looks tasty. Jengar drooling.jpg. Johan chuckled. Grain in the field, come on over then. He eats cabbage, I'll be there. Garchomp flying.jpg. Grain in the field, Jengar shock.jpg. He eats cabbage, just kidding. Jengar laughing.jpg. Psychic girl, who knew you could actually cook? Humph. I'll definitely get better than you. Bird on the ground. How did you make that beef and miso pork bone soup? Please teach me. When Johan set his phone aside, he noticed that the dishes on the table were already half gone, despite it only having been 3 minutes. Quickly, he grabbed his bowl and chopsticks, joining the battle. The last piece of rib. Caca. Don't take the whole bowl, Tinkadink. Let me have a sip. Chew glug glug glug. Vulpix. Uwu. Gulp. After eating their fill, Johan and his 3 Pokémon gathered in front of the TV to watch a movie. But just as they finished picking what to watch, Johan's phone buzzed with a new message. King of the Earth, are you busy? If you have a moment, could you help me check on a Pokémon? Giovanni? Johan stared at the message in surprise. Giovanni wanted him to check on a Pokémon? Then he remembered that he was Giovanni's personal advisor in Pokémon psychology, so it wasn't too strange. But Johan had initially thought his role as Giovanni's advisor was specifically for Mewtwo. After all, Giovanni's ability to raise Pokémon was well known. His book Secrets of the Land alone made him stand out among trainers specializing in ground types. But since Giovanni, no, the gym leader Giovanni, had made the request, Johan couldn't refuse. Grain in the field. Which Pokémon is it? Are there any noticeable symptoms or odd behaviors? Giovanni replied with a photo of a Nidoqueen. However, the Nidoqueen in the picture looked lethargic, sitting listlessly on the ground. Grain in the field. This is... A photo alone didn't reveal much. King of the Earth. She seems to be heartbroken. Heartbroken? Johan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Nidoqueen and Nidoking are a paired Pokémon species, with only female Nidoqueen and male Nidoking. If you encounter Nidoran in the wild, it's common to see a Nidoking and Nidoqueen as a pair. Sometimes you may even see 2 Nidoking fighting over a Nidoqueen or 2 Nidoqueen battling for a Nidoking. King of the Earth. In this batch of Nidoqueen and Nidoking, there's a numerical imbalance. She's quite capable but likely lost when competing for a mate. King of the Earth. I'm not very good at handling matters like this. Giovanni admitted honestly. It was a bit outside his field of expertise. But it's not exactly Johan's specialty either, he thought wryly. It was Johan's first time dealing with a case of a heartbroken Pokémon. Strictly speaking, it wasn't necessarily a psychological issue, but it could lead to various mental health problems down the road. In fact, heartbroken Pokémon cases weren't uncommon, especially when they involved unrequited love across species. Well then. Grain in the field, I'll give it a try. Friday, clear skies. Tomorrow would be the battle round of the top 16 in the Instructor assessment, and while the academy teachers showed no particular reaction, some students were barely able to contain their excitement. Johan, however, felt indifferent. After work, he hurried over to the Kanaz police department. There were still over 40 frenzied Pokémon waiting to be calmed. Even if it weren't for the money, he felt a duty to help these innocent wild Pokémon. Arriving at the station entrance by taxi. Caw. Haunter raised a hand to shield its eyes from the sunlight. The setting sun could be quite blinding, especially in Kanaz City, located on the western edge of Hoenn, where the seaside sunsets were particularly dazzling. Johan was even simpler about it. He grabbed Haunter and positioned it at his side, instantly blocking the sunlight and adding a cool shade. Haunter, Question mark. But as soon as he stepped into the Kanaz police department, Johan was startled by what he saw. Officer Jenny, Officer Jenny, Officer Jenny, more Officer Jennies. They were all in identical uniforms, with identical faces and builds, and Johan couldn't immediately identify the one he knew. Mr. Johan, you're here. One of the Officer Jennies approached him with a smile and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my cousin from Mauville City, and this is my younger cousin from Giotto, and this is one from Kanto." Johan's expression grew serious. Is the situation that severe? Officer Jenny from Mauville and Verdanturf were one thing, but even Jennies from Kanto, Giotto, and Sinnoh were here? Could it be that the wild Pokémon rampages were occurring in other regions as well? If that were the case, shouldn't Lance have come to see him? Officer Jenny blinked in surprise, then realized Johan's misunderstanding and quickly clarified. No, Mr. Johan, you've misunderstood. The Petalburg Woods incident is already under investigation, and we're on the trail. We might even catch those responsible this time. As for the Jennies here today, they came to learn about your beat-up strategy. Beat-up strategy? Then, after Officer Jenny's explanation, Johan finally understood. Everyone knew that the Jenny's signature Pokémon were Growlithe and Arcanine, just as the Joy's signature Pokémon were Chansey. So, after witnessing the beat-up strategy 2 days ago and hearing Johan's team-building ideas, Officer Jenny had realized something. This strategy might be perfect for the Jenny family. Using Beat Up to trigger Justified and enhance Arcanine's combat ability wasn't a new concept, but it had always been underdeveloped. Most implementations merely used Beat Up to boost Arcanine's physical attack without considering aspects like damage taken, type coverage, control, priority moves, etc. This difference highlighted the contrast between the real Pokémon world and the Pokémon games Johan knew from his past life. In games, everyone could acquire any Pokémon they wanted and teach it any move they desired. One could shape Pokémon precisely according to ideal stats and movesets, making attributes like physical attack and HP easily controllable. But in this world, not everyone could get their ideal Pokémon, and finding a perfectly matched Pokémon was incredibly challenging. Only a few Pokémon possessed the Justified ability, Arcanine, Absol, and Galate, and none of them were easy to obtain. Not to mention the legendary trio of Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo. On top of that, differences in training methods resulted in different growth outcomes. For example, Johan certainly had plans for training Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink. But what did he end up with? Essentially a Wild Bunch X3. Additionally, training Pokémon came with a high trial and error cost. The resources and effort required to train a single Pokémon went beyond simple numbers. That's why trainers in this world don't avoid developing new strategies. They simply don't have the time and resources to experiment with intricate battle tactics and bring wild ideas to life. Individual Pokémon tactics are one thing. For example, there are strategies like Perish Song, Substitute plus Toxic, and Poison Heal. But the more comprehensive and cohesive a tactic needs to be, the harder it is to develop. Even powerful trainers like Lance, Lorelei, Steven, or Cynthia mostly rely on sheer Pokémon strength. This is also why advanced trainers often build secondary or even tertiary teams. Thus, when Officer Jenny learned about a complete beat-up strategy or beat-up team from Johan, she immediately reported it to the upper ranks of the Jenny family. Which is why so many Jennies had gathered at the Kanaz police department today. They had come to learn. After hearing Officer Jenny's explanation, Johan was about to respond when all the other Jennies spoke in unison. "Mr. Johan, please teach us." Their voices were deafening. Johan wanted to say, tactics aren't something you can learn in one session. They require practice, repeated attempts, and adaptation to various opponents and scenarios. This wasn't something you could master in a day or two. "If possible," said the Kanaz City Officer Jenny, "we'd like to invite you, Mr. Johan, to be a special instructor at Jenny Police Academy to teach the beat-up strategy." Special instructor? Probably came with compensation, right? Sure, we could learn together, Johan quickly replied, waving his hand. But this is so sudden. I don't even have a Pokémon with Justified. Oh, the Arcanine that Johan had commanded a few days ago trotted over with its tongue out, its eyes scanning for Vulpix. Not seeing it, its wagging tail drooped. But one Arcanine won't be enough. Officer Jenny brought out a tray with several Pokeballs on it. It's true that time is short, but based on the Pokémon you mentioned, we've managed to prepare a few. Johan. They were well prepared, that's for sure. How about I calm the frenzied Pokémon first? I could use some time to prepare, Johan suggested. Of course. Johan then summoned Vulpix and Tinkadink to join Haunter, starting with the already awake wild Pokémon to calm them down. Those severely injured, like Shiftry, hadn't yet recovered. After he left, a few of the Officer Jennies couldn't help but comment, "Who knew Instructor Johan would be so young and so handsome? And he's so gentle too, nothing like the strict instructors at school. I think I'd be fine with this. I'm starting to envy my cousin, getting to work alongside Instructor Johan." Kanaz City Officer Jenny huffed. They haven't even seen Johan and Steven together. That's when the real struggle begins. In the indoor battle arena at the Kanaz Police Department, the simplest scenario is this. Whimsicott uses Beat Up, NDD goes with Follow Me, Icecue sets up Aurora Veil with Snow Warning to protect the core Arcanine. Standing before Johan were Arcanine, Whimsicott, and Icecue. After that, Whimsicott can use Tailwind for speed, counter Trick Room or Sleep Teams with moves like Taunt or Encore, or even set up Trick Room itself if needed. To make Arcanine effective in sweeping, it needs a diverse move pool. Explaining tactics, even with the Pokémon present, was somewhat dull. Yet, the Jennies were fully engaged, taking notes and listening intently. If possible, you could include 2 justified Pokémon, like 2 Arcanine or 1 with stronger offensive but lower endurance, like Lucario. Whimsicott could also be replaced with Dragapult for higher speed. Of course, this is for competitive battles. In the wild, things are less complicated. Nearby, Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink sat on a bench. Chew. What's going on? Tinkadink found it fascinating. Caw, making money. Uwu, teaching. Haunter and Vulpix spoke simultaneously, then glanced at each other. This only made Tinkadink more confused. Meanwhile, Johan was wrapping up the basic lecture. The advanced version of this strategy would include Cobalion, Regieleki, Dragapult, NDD, Calyrex, Tornadus. Several of the Jennies now had question marks floating over their heads. Except for Dragapult and NDD, what were the rest of these Pokémon? Ahem. Johan realized he might have said too much. He'd ended up describing one of his past team lineups. The last part is just extra info. Core is just that simple. Since we haven't had a battle, we'll add more on a case-by-case basis. Got it. Next time, we'll come more prepared and use battles for demonstration. Kanaz City Officer Jenny noted this down. Johan? Did I say that? No, I didn't, right? Wait, there's a next time? Anyway, I have things to do, so I'll be going. Gooping up Vulpix and Tinkadink, with Haunter floating alongside, Johan made a quick exit. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he stayed any longer, the Jennies might not hold back. He still had to conduct a counseling session for Giovanni's Nidoqueen later. I'm busy enough as it is. After Johan left, Kanaz City Officer Jenny looked at her fellow Jennies. Did everyone get it? They exchanged glances, nodding and then shaking their heads. Half understood. Seeing this, Kanaz City Officer Jenny breathed a sigh of relief. Good, they were all on the same page. All right, let's consolidate our notes. Then they compiled their notes and prepared a report to submit to the upper ranks. They could already anticipate that when the higher-ups saw this tactical report, they would take it very seriously. And as for Johan's role as an instructor, his compensation would surely rise in line with this report. It's just a shame for the Jennies in Unova, Kalos, and Alola. Your account transferred 170,000 Poke Dollars, remaining balance, 1,046,581 Poke Dollars. Back home, Johan had just sat down with a glass of water when he noticed the transaction message pop up on his phone, making him smile. His savings had finally returned to a 7-digit figure. He originally had more than 3 million in savings, but purchasing the Power Bracer, rare metals, a batch of mental seeds, plus the materials for higher-grade energy cubes, had significantly drained his funds. Well, I got back a little of what I spent. Even after arriving in this world, Johan often felt an odd sense of not enough money or supplies akin to a resource-hoarding hare. Chew. Just as Johan was about to get up to make dinner, Tinkadink's actions caught his attention. Tinkadink struck a baseball pose, tossing a fist-sized ice crystal into the air. Johan realized what was happening and quickly glanced toward the balcony. Sure enough, a delibird was flapping its wings, heading toward him. Tinkadink, stop. Ha! Hearing Johan's voice, Tinkadink froze, but it was too late to halt the swing entirely. Quickly adjusted its angle, missing the ice crystal, which fell to the ground and rolled around, but its hammer made solid contact with the floor. Prerape. A massive scratch appeared on the floor. Luckily, Tinkadink managed to hold back some strength and didn't break through the floor. Johan rubbed his temples. It seemed the Power Bracer was no longer enough to contain Tinkadink's strength. Other Tinkadinks fixed things. His Tinkadink just smashed them. Ooh! Vulpix bounded over, tail curled around Tinkadink's Corviknight toy. Chew! This Tinkadink blinked in realization. It had mistaken the visitor for a threat. Meanwhile, the delibird that had just landed on the balcony nearly jumped out of its feathers. Be-ree! Sigma winky face. No need for such a grand welcome. Rubbing his temples, Johan walked over to the balcony. Haunter followed along. And you are? Johan asked, curious. Be-ree. Be-ree. The delibird's eyes lit up at seeing Johan, and it began gesturing excitedly. Caw-caw. Haunter translated. It was here to deliver something. A delivery? Johan didn't remember ordering anything recently. As he pondered, Delibird began digging around in its tail, which looked like a backpack but was actually a unique, hollow pouch. Be-ree. After rummaging for a bit, Delibird dropped out various odds and ends. A leftover fishbone, the core of some unknown fruit. Tink, tinkle. Suddenly, a metal badge clattered to the floor from its tail. Johan's eyes widened when he saw the badge. It was a Crimson R badge. A Team Rocket badge. So, this delibird was from Team Rocket? Be-ree. Noticing it had dropped something unintended, Delibird looked unfazed, even politely gesturing to Johan to pick it up. Johan's eye twitched. Wasn't this badge a bit too casually dropped? Pretending not to understand the badge's significance, Johan handed it back. Be-ree. Thank you. Delibird even said thank you, then resumed its rummaging. Caw-caw. Haunter tugged on Johan's sleeve, whispering. That badge looked pretty cool. Johan gave Haunter a sidelong glance. Cool, sure, but if they were seen with that badge, they'd be dining for free at the Alliance police station by morning. Ignoring Haunter's reaction, Johan noticed Haunter now eyeing Delibird's bulging tail pouch with interest. Though it didn't look very big, it clearly held a lot of stuff, even some shiny items glimmering faintly inside. If only it had Tinkadink's ability. Any bird flying overhead would have to leave a feather or two as tax. Be-ree. Delibird chirped with excitement, finally pulling out the item for Johan. A luxury ball! Through the transparent surface, he could see a Pokémon inside. It looked like a Nidoqueen. As he thought, this delibird had come on behalf of Giovanni to deliver Nidoqueen. Team Rocket badge earlier had already tipped Johan off to Delibird's purpose. The night before, Giovanni had sought his help with Nidoqueen's psychological issues. Through learning that Nidoqueen's listlessness was due to heartbreak, Johan, dealing with his first such case, said he'd need time to come up with a treatment plan. And when Giovanni asked how long, Johan casually suggested that it might go faster if he could work with Nidoqueen directly. He hadn't expected Giovanni to actually send it over today. Johan wasn't far from Kanto and Giotto, located just west of Giotto, with only a small sea separating them, which explained why Lance often flew over to visit. Gazing at the luxury ball, Johan felt like he was holding a hot potato. Yesterday, he'd received supplies from the investigation department's reimbursement, and today he was made an official guest instructor at the Alliance Police Department, and now that night he'd received a Pokémon in need of therapy sent by none other than Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Either the world had gone mad or I had. Delibird tilted its head, urging him to take the ball. On the deserted rooftop at night, Johan was glad he lived on the top floor. Delibird looked at Johan, who was now squatting before it, offering a handful of energy cubes with delight in its eyes. Don't be shy, go ahead. After all, it had flown all the way to deliver something, and once Nidoqueen's therapy was done, he'd likely need it to take her back. Plus, Delibird was a friendly, human-loving Pokémon species, known to share its food with humans and Pokémon alike. It was said that people in distress had been saved by food from Delibird before. A certain masked man's Delibird was the exception. That one could even freeze Ho-Oh. Seeing the treat, Delibird didn't hesitate, popping an energy cube into its mouth. Delibird Delibird's eyes sparkled with delight. These were way tastier than the energy cubes it got from Team Rocket. After eating one, Delibird began digging in its pouch again, much faster this time. It cheerfully pulled out a gift and handed it to Johan. A gift? Johan felt a cold sweat drip down his forehead. Present was a move that was a complete test of luck. There was a chance it would heal, but knowing his luck, it'd probably explode, right? But seeing Delibird's expectant gaze, gritting his teeth, Johan grabbed Haunter. Then, before Haunter could react, Johan quickly unwrapped the present. To his surprise, no explosion happened. Inside the box was a small, shimmering pale gold shard, about half the size of a fingertip, with a metallic luster. Staring at it, Johan paused. A revive. Revive can be used on a Pokémon that has fainted to wake it up and restore half of its HP. Could it be I'm finally having a lucky day? Apparently, Johan's luck wasn't as extraordinary as he thought, as Delibird hadn't actually used the move Present, it had simply given him a well-packaged gift. Delibird chuckled proudly, then proceeded to hand gifts to Haunter, Vulpix, and Tinkadink as well. Caw. Haunter received a shiny new pair of sunglasses, which it loved and put on without hesitation. Caw. Huh? Where's the moon? Turn the lights on. Vulpix received a sparkling crystal comb. It lovingly ran the comb through its fur, feeling its already glossy, snowy white coat become even smoother. Ooh. Then it was Tinkadink's turn. When it opened its box and took out its gift, all the Pokémon, including Johan, froze. Chew? Oh. In its hand was a caterpie. Sigma, LLL. Delibird seemed as shocked as everyone else, yelping in surprise as it quickly snatched the caterpie back from Tinkadink's hands and tucked it back into its pouch. Being an omnivorous Pokémon, Delibird often collected bug-type Pokémon too. Apologizing profusely, Delibird handed Tinkadink a chunk of hard stone instead. It could help Tinkadink train its Rock Tomb move. Chew. Tinkadink examined the stone chunk with intrigue, practically drooling over it. At that moment, even Johan found himself eyeing Delibird's pouch with a curious glint. Maybe. Come out, Nidoqueen. Johan threw the luxury ball. In a flash of red light, a Nidoqueen appeared on the rooftop, clad in light blue armor and sporting a horned head. Thud. No sooner had She appeared, then she sat down with a blank, listless expression, casting a quick glance at Johan and the others before lowering her head with a sigh. Nidoqueen, a poison and ground-type drill Pokémon, only ever female, just like Tinkadink. Its male counterpart is Nidoking. According to Johan's prior knowledge from the games, both Nidoqueen and its pre-evolved form, Nidorina, belong to the undiscovered group. In other words, technically speaking, Nidoqueen and Nidorina couldn't produce eggs. But their base form, Nidoran female sign, could, and Nidoran female sign was in the same egg group as Nidoking. This made one wonder if Nidoking might need to go to jail. Ahem. The real Pokémon world probably didn't have such bizarre mechanics. Johan focused back on Nidoqueen. But before he could speak, Nidoqueen suddenly stood up, as if spurred by something, her previous melancholy vanishing. Johan even noticed a spark of anger in her eyes. Haunter and the others immediately moved to stand protectively in front of Johan. However, Nidoqueen's gaze wasn't directed at Johan but rather at something farther off. There, two Golbat, a male and a female, were flying by as a pair. Nido! With a furious roar, Nidoqueen's horn emitted golden sparks, which condensed into a fearsome golden current slicing through the night sky. Thunderbolt. Covering a fair distance, the thunderbolt struck the male Golbat dead on. Don't ask Johan how he knew it was the male. The other Golbat shrieked in horror at the sudden attack, watching her partner plummet, and then hurriedly swooped down to follow him. Nidoqueen huffed, white steam puffing from her nose. Nido! Then she plopped down on the ground again, returning to her previous listless state. For a moment, Haunter and the others stood frozen, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down Johan's forehead. This heartbreak symptom seemed a bit intense. When Nidoqueen used Thunderbolt, her Pokédex entry appeared in Johan's field of vision. Nidoqueen. Type Poison Ground. Ability Sheer Force. Moves known: Superpower, Growl, Poison Sting, Scratch, Tail Whip, Fury Swipes, Mega Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Thunderbolt, Surf, Earthquake. Mood: Sad, Jealous. Don't let me see anything lovey-dovey in front of me. Condition: Excellent. Despite her bad mood, her overall condition is top-notch. Friendliness: 5. You should be grateful you're a single dog. Johan. One thing's for sure. Giovanni's Nidoqueen is a true move encyclopedia. She had practically learned every move available and appeared to wield them with impressive mastery. As for her sheer force ability, it was the perfect fit for Pokémon like Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Sheer Force boosts the power of moves with additional effects, but those additional effects are nullified. For example, Nidoqueen's Thunderbolt had a chance of causing paralysis, but with Sheer Force, that chance was eliminated, and the move's power was boosted instead. A common tactic was pairing this ability with the Life Orb item. Life Orb increases the power of moves by approximately 30%, but each use drains about 10% of the user's health. When Sheer Force and Life Orb are combined, the boosted power cancels out the Life Orb side effect, making for an incredibly potent Sheer Force Life Orb strategy. With the vast move pool of Nidoking and Nidoqueen, they were once the rage in competitive play. Clearly, Giovanni raised this Nidoqueen with that strategy in mind. So this Nidoqueen was powerful, very powerful. She might not be one of Giovanni's main Pokémon, perhaps not even in his primary lineup, but Johan estimated she was likely stronger than many gym leaders' main Pokémon. However, her mood was a real concern. The way she reacted to the pair of Golbat just now made that very clear. No wonder even Giovanni found her difficult to manage. This wasn't merely a case of heartbreak. Her romantic disappointment had led to a series of obsessive thoughts and possibly to mental health issues. Giovanni must have warned her not to attack Johan when he sent her over, or Johan might be lying there by now. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Johan looked at Nidoqueen. It was clear she wouldn't be easy to talk to. After thinking for a moment, Vulpix. Johan, squatting on the ground, beckoned to the little Vulpix. Hoo-woo. Vulpix scampered over to him. Give her a couple of energy cubes, Johan said, handing her 2 cubes. Ow. Me? Vulpix blinked in surprise. Don't worry, she's only bitter about couples. At worst, she might get a bit annoyed with males. You're so cute she wouldn't touch you. Johan had confidence in Vulpix's charm. He smiled and added, and if she does attack, I wouldn't mind having a little showdown with her. Ooh. Vulpix's face lit up with excitement. Really? If we get to battle. Seeing Vulpix's eager expression, Johan's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what she was thinking. He quickly added, but let's avoid fighting if we can. After all, she's a patient. Ooh. Vulpix nodded. With her tail curling around the energy cubes, she trotted over to Nidoqueen. Neato. Noticing Vulpix approaching, Nidoqueen lifted her eyelids, her gaze suddenly sharp. Vulpix used charm. Johan's voice called out from behind. Vulpix sat down, moved her tiny front paws, and blinked her large, round eyes mischievously. Ooh. The instant Nidoqueen saw Vulpix's charming display, she melted. Nido equals carrot smiley face. Sure enough, Vulpix's charm worked on everyone. Young, old, male, and female alike. Ooh. Vulpix offered her the energy cubes. Nido. After a moment's hesitation, Nidoqueen took one and popped it into her mouth. Nido. After a few bites, Nidoqueen's eyes began to light up. It had been some time since she'd eaten properly, and this energy cube was exceptionally delicious. Vulpix then handed her the second one. This time, Nidoqueen took it without any hesitation, quickly tossing it into her mouth. Slowly lowering herself, she looked at the adorable, tiny Vulpix. Nido. Listen, dear, never trust male Pokémon. Haunter. Johan's lips twitched, but seeing Vulpix managing to engage Nidoqueen in a simple exchange, he let out a small sigh of relief. If they could talk, that was good. At least it was a start. Vulpix put her to sleep. Johan's voice came again in a low tone. Ooh. Vulpix softly hummed a soothing melody, her eyes glowing gently with psychic energy. And since Nidoqueen had little reason to distrust her, she gradually began to nod off to the song. Slowly. Nidoqueen lay down and soon drifted into steady breathing. Only then did Johan walk over, crouching beside Vulpix, fingers ruffling through her soft fur. Let her have a nice deep sleep, dream of the stars and the sea, of grassy fields and gently flowing streams. Following Johan's guidance, Vulpix intensified her psychic output. Then Johan took out a piece of paper. It held several lines of comforting words he had written the night before. As your most sincere friend, I hope you'll spend the rest of your life nurturing these 5 things: confidence that shines on your face, kindness that roots in your heart, courage that flows in your blood, gentleness like a gentle breeze, and resilience engraved in your mind. This was just one of the lines. He originally planned to send them to Giovanni, hoping Giovanni could read them to soothe Nidoqueen's injured heart. Imagining Giovanni reciting them was amusing. But since Giovanni had sent Nidoqueen over directly, Johan had to handle it himself. However, combining Vulpix's dream hypnosis made the therapy far more effective. As Nidoqueen slept, a slight smile began to tug at her lips, forming a gentle curve. Seemed she was having a beautiful dream. Psychological obstacles require gradual work, but knowing the source of the issue makes it more manageable. Johan recalled Nidoqueen into the luxury ball, locking it to prevent her from unexpectedly emerging. With a breakthrough identified, things would be easier from here. Now it was just a matter of time. The bright, round moon hung high, shrouded in a faint, fleeting veil, leaving a trail of sparkling particles in its wake. The next day, Saturday. After a week's break, the Instructor assessment resumed, now in the top 16, and the excitement had only grown, with more students pouring into the venue. Even some Kanaz city residents and students' parents came to watch. The event had attracted media attention as well. When they entered the Devon Magma Fuel Arena, cameras were set up everywhere. This time, Johan's luck wasn't as good. His opponent was Instructor Homie from the Battle Department. In the audience, Mr. Johan, I heard Instructor Homie and Instructor Yuka are close friends. Roxanne hugged her notebook, looking like she'd done a lot of research. I already apologized to Instructor Yuka, Johan said, feeling helpless. But I heard she cried over her Bulbasaur for 2 whole days. Flannery chimed in from the other side. Instructor Homie said she's here to avenge her friend. Johan sighed softly. He glanced at Haunter, who was perched on the railing, practically buzzing with excitement. Caw. Well, if they're good friends, they should understand each other's pain first, right? Caw. Haunter rubbed its hands together, bearing a wicked grin. Oh look, it's Officer Jenny. So many Officer Jennies. Did someone commit a crime to warrant all these Officer Jennies showing up? The sudden arrival of a team of Officer Jennies and police officers created quite a stir at the venue. But the Officer Jennies were all smiles, chatting and laughing, so people relaxed. After they settled in, 2 police officers took out a banner with serious expressions, unrolling it slowly. Go, Instructor Johan. The banner drew a lot of attention. People who knew Johan looked his way. They couldn't believe that Instructor Johan was also an instructor for the Jennies. And even if he was, why would so many Officer Jennies show up to cheer him on? Could it be that Johan had close ties with the Jenny family? Johan? He didn't feel any different than anyone else, but when he saw that banner, his brain seemed to freeze for a second. Don't you all have jobs to do? What Johan didn't realize was that these Officer Jennies weren't from Kanaz City. They'd managed to get a brief vacation and, with time to spare, naturally came to support him. After a brief study session with Johan yesterday, they'd compiled their notes into a report that had caused a major stir within the Jenny family. As the first to learn this tactic, they'd naturally become Johan's loyal fans. Their presence added a touch of excitement to the arena, but it didn't disrupt the assessment. While waiting his turn, Johan sat in the audience with Vulpix in his arms, quietly observing the battles. Today's assessment was in a 3v3 rotation format, making it far more engaging than the first round. But to Johan, honestly, not even half as entertaining as my patient match. A double battle, huh? Watching the 4 Pokémon currently on the battlefield, Johan gave a small smirk. Double battles test not only a trainer's strategic skills but also the coordination between 2 Pokémon. In this instructor assessment, Pokémon coordination wasn't really tested. Instead, the focus was on evaluating the instructor's strategic prowess. In previous rounds, non-battle instructors could get by with luck or the sheer strength of certain Pokémon. But by the double battle phase, the gap between non-battle instructors and battle instructors became glaringly obvious. After all, pitting one's hobby against someone else's profession isn't easy, especially since most battle instructors already have fully trained 6-member teams, giving them numerous tactical options. Meanwhile, instructors like Johan don't even have a full 6 Pokémon. If we win this round, we get a move tutor, got it? Johan glanced at Haunter and Vulpix. Caw. Haunter adjusted its sunglasses and grinned wickedly. It had been far too long since it last used a move tutor. Since it finished binge-watching its latest show, it had been feeling quite bored. Oh, Vulpix nodded with a serious look. Clearly, this was going to be a risky match. Inwardly, she cautiously shortened her preferred safety distance of 5 meters, down to 4.8 meters. Chew. Tinkadink in Johan's arms tilted its head. What does that mean? Are they ignoring me? Is it because I'm too weak? It hopped out of Johan's arms and, from somewhere, pulled out a small chunk of metal to smash into its hammer. My turn's almost here, Johan said, standing up. Steven, could you watch Tinkadink for me? It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Tinkadink along. It was just that even if he put her in a Pokeball the moment the referee declared, "Send out your Pokemon," there was a 90% chance Tinkadink would pop right out. So, to play it safe, it was best to leave her in the stands. Seeing the meaningful look in Johan's eyes, Steven blinked before grinning. Leave it to me, teacher, he said, tossing out a Pokeball. In a flash of red light, his massive Agron appeared. Luckily, the Devon company had designed the arena's bleachers with ample space between rows to accommodate students' Pokémon, or Agron might have caused a collapse simply by materializing. Chew. After working hard to hammer that small metal piece into her mallet, Tinkadink saw the armored silver-gray Agron and instantly lit up, as if she were gazing at a mountain of gold. She jumped onto Agron, tapping and poking curiously. Agron. Agron looked pleadingly at Steven. Steven chuckled. Bear with it, Agron. Agron gave a resigned look. Luckily, Tinkadink was tiny to it, so it let her do as she pleased. Clang, clang. Tinkadink tapped on the armor plating on Agron's chest, her eyes shining as she called out to him. Chew. Hey, big guy, could you hold my hammer? In her excitement, she'd forgotten to grab it off the ground. Agron. Why? Still, Agron obligingly bent down to pick up her little mallet. Innocently, Tinkadink called out, Chew, I think your armor looks a bit crooked here. Let me fix it for you. Agron's grin was kind. Agron. You tiny thing with that little hammer, what could you possibly? Mid-sentence, Agron's expression froze. It had just realized Tinkadink's mini mallet was extraordinarily heavy. What it thought would be an easy lift required real effort. Chew. Sigh, come on, big guy. Agron /LL/. How long will this match last? As Johan emerged from the tunnel, the arena burst into cheers. Of course, there were also a few calls of heartbreaker and cold-hearted. Across from him stood a woman in a light green dress with a wide-brimmed hat, Instructor Homie. Although she was rather pretty, her stern expression might as well have said, I'm here for revenge. This double battle will continue until all Pokémon on one side are unable to fight. After confirming that both were ready, the referee briefly explained the rules and gestured for them to release their Pokémon. Go, Sunflora. Breloom. Homie tossed 2 Pokeballs. Vulpix was already familiar with Breloom, having faced a wild one before. As for Sunflora, it was the final evolution of Johto's grass-type starter, Chikorita. Haunter and Vulpix moved into the arena, one grinning mischievously, the other serious. I wonder what tactic Instructor Johan will use. With Haunter. Substitute Toxic perhaps. Substitute Toxic has limited effectiveness in a double battle, though. Based on type matchups alone, Johan's side does seem to have the edge. If it's just about type advantage, why bother fighting? As the audience chatted, the referee lowered his flag. Battle start. Breloom Spore. Homie struck first. From Breloom's mushroom cap came a cloud of spores which would cause sleep on contact. Sunflora Sweet Scent. Petals around Sunflora's neck released a thin, sweet-smelling mist which distracted Pokémon, making them easier to hit. As Homie's Pokémon moved, Johan's field of vision showed their Pokédex entries. Breloom with Spore, plus a Sunflora with Sweet Scent for distraction. She's going for a sleep team setup. However, a sleep-off with Haunter and Vulpix? Johan smirked. Snowflakes suddenly began falling, and the temperature drop slowed the spread of Sweet Scent. Meanwhile, Haunter spread his arms, summoning ghostly blue flames that spiraled out, burning the approaching spores into glistening blue ice crystals. With snow falling and shimmering ice flowers blooming, the audience fell silent in awe. Beautiful. Seeing her opening moves thwarted and with the snow hampering her grass types, Homie frowned. Razor Leaf, then use Mach Punch to get in close. Breloom stomped forward and charged, surrounded by Sunflora's spinning Razor Leaf to create an opening. Coordination between Sunflora and Breloom was good, using Razor Leaf to cover Breloom's approach. Psychic. Ooh. Invisible psychic energy forcibly halted the swirling leaves, slowing Breloom's advance. Breloom, Brick Break. With a shout, Homie commanded Breloom to switch tactics, its fists cloaked in dark red energy, shattering the psychic hold. Its target, Vulpix. Sunflora light screen. Sunflora conjured a transparent wall between Breloom and Haunter, meant to reduce damage from special moves. Homie's intent was clear: take down the snow-summoning Vulpix, which posed a larger threat to her grass types. However, Johan's expression turned slightly amused. Going after that troublesome Haunter might have been the better choice. But instead, she targeted Vulpix. And who said Haunter could only use special attacks? Using Brick Break was smart though, in case Vulpix tried setting up Reflect or Aurora Veil. Thanks to its speed advantage with Mach Punch, Breloom was on Vulpix in an instant. Bree! Gotcha! Bam! Breloom felt its punch land solidly. But why did Vulpix explode? Standing 5 meters away, Vulpix let out a deep sigh of relief, patting her chest. That was close. Bam! Before Breloom could react, a grinning Haunter smashed its face with a solid punch. Start running, Johan instructed. The snowstorm intensified, reducing visibility, and numerous images of Vulpix appeared throughout the field. In the stands. No way! Physical Haunter. Wait, why are there so many Vulpix? And Haunter too, there's so many of them. What kind of strategy is this? Hide and seek. Breloom blinked in confusion. Where were all these Haunter shadows coming from? Homie's face darkened, quickly issuing a command. Enough theatrics, Sunflora, Petal Blizzard. Clear out all those images. Sunflora released a barrage of petals, attacking each image of Vulpix. Bam, bam, bam. Each hit an image with a solid thud. Some images collapsed, but others remained. Why? Even Homie was confused now. Unbeknownst to her, Petal Blizzard wasn't a particularly strong move, and splitting it across multiple targets weakened it further. As for Vulpix's snowmen, they had been toughened up daily by Tinkidink's hammer and were growing sturdier each day. Not to mention, some of those figures were Vulpix's actual substitutes. Caw-caw! Breloom felt a tap on its back and swung around with a punch, but there was nothing there. Turning back, it found itself face-to-face with Vulpix's hypnotic gaze. Hypnosis. A blissful dream enveloped Breloom, sending it into a deep sleep. But barely a second passed before a terrifying, grinning face devoured the dream in one gulp. Caw-caw! Haunter smacked his lips in satisfaction. Dreams tasted so much better than nightmares. Move, Dream Eater. Using Dream Eater, Haunter quickly restored the energy he'd expended on Substitute. With one Pokémon down, Homie's side now faced a 2-on-1 disadvantage, making the battle heavily one-sided. But Homie wasn't about to give up easily. Using Breloom's collapse as a clue, she and Sunflora managed to pinpoint Haunter and Vulpix's location. 3 bright green energy balls soared through the snowy haze. Caw-caw! Haunter chuckled and threw a shadow ball to counter the 3 energy balls. Boom! With a loud crash and a shockwave clearing some of the snow, the audience saw a single oversized shadow ball break through all 3 energy balls, smashing directly into Sunflora. Whoa! That shadow ball! How is that even fair? Indeed, after nullifying 3 energy balls, the shadow ball landed a direct hit on Sunflora, causing it to cry out in pain. Haunter shrugged. The Sunflora could split its energy ball into 3, why couldn't he just make one bigger shadow ball? It was only slightly bigger after all. Sunflora, Homie called, her voice stern. It's not over. Don't give up. Sunflora's eyes glowed green, and its body emanated the same energy. It's overgrow. Homie-sensei still has a... Oh. Yeah. She can still... The audience was starting to get riled up. Ice beam. Johan's calm voice came, and a beam of blue light struck from about 7 or 8 meters away. Crack, crack, crack. A chilling frost instantly encased Sunflora in ice. Cutting its overgrowth short, the move's freezing effect instantly extinguished the fans' rising excitement. The entire arena went silent. Ooh! One more ice beam, solidifying the ice around Sunflora even further. Dead silence. Vulpix exhaled a soft breath. almost got overturned there. As the snow cleared, the field revealed an array of snowmen and the multitude of shadows from Haunter's Substitute and Shadow Sneak. Imagining Homie's perspective, a few audience members couldn't help shivering. If the snow wasn't countered, she would be facing a potentially endless number of snowmen, along with seemingly countless shadows from Haunter. Did this mean victory could only be achieved through a minuscule chance, one that would grow ever smaller over time? The more experienced students grasped the reality. This might be an even nastier tactic than substitute toxic. Johan-sensei, that was really sneaky. Sneaky? In strategy, can something truly be called sneaky? Besides, this was just the beginning.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.